Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Good morning and welcome to the District Court this morning. I'm Judge Barr. Will be presiding over this trial. The case set for trial today is the State of North Dakota versus Nikki Sue Melissa Entzel, case number 08-2020 CR 78. The jurors in this case were selected yesterday. All the jurors are present. We thank you very much for being here. You play an essential role in our criminal justice system. So thank you for responding to the summons and being here as our jury panel. Also present is Nikki Entzel with her attorney Thomas Glass and Julie Lawyer, the attorney representing the state. Would the clerk please swear in the jury?
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will consider all the evidence in this case, follow the instructions given to you, deliberate fairly and impartially, and reach a fair verdict, so help you God? I do. Please be seated.
I do want to address a few procedural matters. First, Rule 10.1D of the North Dakota Rules of Court provides that no camera, sound, or video recorder or other device may be used to photograph, record, broadcast, store, or transmit a proceeding of the court without prior permission of the court. The court has issued an order addressing media coverage of this trial. I do remind the media that conferences between an attorney and client, witness, or aide, between attorneys or between counsel and the court at the bench may not be recorded or received by sound equipment. In the spirit of this rule, close-up pictures or video of attorneys' computers or personal documents are prohibited. I also remind the media that close-up photography of jurors is prohibited. Prior to proceeding with the opening instructions, Ms. Lawyer, is there anything that needs to be brought before the court?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, before the trial begins, I'm going to give you some instructions to guide you in deciding the case. Cases are tried by the judge and jury working together. The judge determines the law to be applied to the case, and the jury determines what the facts are. By combining these two functions, justice is done. These instructions, with additional instructions I will give you at the conclusion of the case, are to govern you as you consider the evidence presented during the trial. A written copy of all the instructions will be given to you for your review and use in your deliberations and in reaching a verdict. Admonition. Every hour or so during the trial, we will take a recess. During these breaks, you may not discuss the case with each other or permit anyone to discuss it with you. Do not express or form an opinion about the case until the case is given to you for your decision. Duties of jurors. In order to assure that justice is done in this case, it is important that you follow these instructions. The instructions contain the law to be applied to this case. As jurors, you must decide the case strictly on the evidence presented during the trial. You must perform your duties without fear or favor and should not be influenced by sympathy, passion, or prejudice. Conduct of the jury during trial. To ensure fairness, you as jurors must obey the following rules. First, do not talk among yourselves about this case or about anyone involved with it until the end of the case when you go to the jury room to decide your verdict. Second, do not talk with anyone else about this case or about anyone involved with it until the trial has ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone else includes members of your family and your friends. You may tell them that you are a juror in a criminal case, but don't tell them anything else about it until after you have returned a verdict. Third, when you are outside the courtroom, do not let anyone tell you anything about the case or about anyone involved with it. If someone tries to talk to you about the case, please report it to me immediately. Fourth, you should not talk with or speak to any of the parties, lawyers or witnesses involved in this case. You should not even pass the time of day with any of them. It is important not only that you do justice in this case, but you also give the appearance of doing justice. If a person on any side of this case sees you talking to a person from any other side, even if it is simply to pass the time of day, an unwarranted and unnecessary suspicion about your fairness might be aroused. If any lawyer, party, or witness does not speak to you when you pass in the hall, enter or exit the courthouse, or the like, please keep in mind that I have instructed them to avoid talking or visiting with you. Fifth, do not do any research or make any investigation about the case on your own. You cannot use any electronic device, such as a computer, cell phone, or iPad, to communicate with anyone or to research any of the facts or law applying to the case during the trial or during your deliberations, until you have completed your deliberations and have returned a verdict in this case and the verdict has been accepted by the court. Sixth, do not make up your mind during the trial about what the verdict should be. Keep an open mind until after you have gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Note-taking by jurors. During the trial, you'll be allowed to take notes. You are not required to take notes and should not do so if it will distract you from giving your full attention to the witnesses and evidence in this case. If you take notes, your notes must pertain to the case, and you should not allow note-taking to distract you from listening to the evidence. When you deliberate, you should rely primarily on your collective recollection of what you saw and heard during the trial. Your collective recollection is probably more reliable than the notes of any individual juror. Trial procedure. I want to explain the steps in a trial. First, the state's attorney will make an opening statement outlining the state's case. The defense attorney may then make an opening statement outlining the defendant's case, or may wait to make an opening statement until after the state's evidence is presented. The state's attorney will present evidence first. The defendant's attorney may then present evidence, but is not required to do so. If the defense presents evidence, the state's attorney may present additional evidence called rebuttal evidence. When all the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will each have an opportunity to make closing arguments. I will then give you the closing instructions, and you will decide the case. Rulings of the judge. The admission of evidence in a case is governed by rules of law. From time to time, it may be the duty of the attorneys to make objections, and my duty as judge to rule on the objections. If I state that an objection is sustained, this means that the question may not be answered or the exhibit may not be received into evidence. If I state that the objection is overruled, this means that the question may be answered or the exhibit may be received into evidence. You must not concern yourselves with the objections or my reasons for these rulings, nor should you speculate as to what the answer may have been. Fair treatment under the law. You must be fair and impartial. Everyone is equal under the law. All are entitled to fair treatment. You should not be prejudiced against or biased for a person for such reasons as race, gender, religion, political views, social views, wealth, or poverty. Your decision must not be influenced by sympathy or emotion. The charges. This is a criminal action prosecuted by the state of North Dakota as the plaintiff against Nikki Sue Melissa Entzel as the defendant. Ms. Entzel is charged with conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit arson, and conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence. Ms. Entzel entered a plea of not guilty to the charges. A plea of not guilty requires that the prosecution prove each and every material allegation of a charge beyond a reasonable doubt before the defendant can be found guilty of the charge. Conspiracy to commit murder. Criminal conspiracy. A person commits criminal conspiracy if that person agrees with one or more persons to engage in or cause conduct constituting an offense, and any one or more of those persons acts overtly to effect an objective of the conspiracy. The agreement need not be clearly stated. It may be implicit in the fact of collaboration or existence of other circumstances. If a person knows or could expect that one with whom that person agrees, has agreed or will agree with another to effect the same objective, that person is deemed to have agreed with the other, whether or not the other's identity is known. A conspiracy is deemed to continue until its objectives are accomplished, frustrated, or abandoned. Objectives include escape from the scene of the crime, distribution of booty, and measures other than silence for concealing the crime or obstructing justice in relation to it. A conspiracy is deemed abandoned if no overt act to effect its objectives has been committed by any conspirator during the applicable period of limitations. Murder. A person is guilty of murder if the person intentionally causes the death of another human being. Essential elements of offense. The state's burden of proof is satisfied if the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt the following essential elements. On or about December 31, 2019 through January 2, 2020, in Burley County, North Dakota, the defendant, Nikki Sue Melissa Entzel, agreed with one or more persons to engage in or cause conduct constituting the crime of murder, to intentionally cause the death of Chad Entzel, and any one or more of such persons in the agreement then committed an overt act to effect an objective of the conspiracy. Conspiracy to commit arson. A person commits criminal conspiracy if that person agrees with one or more persons to engage in or cause conduct constituting an offense, and any one or more of those persons acts overtly to effect an object of the conspiracy. The agreement need not be clearly stated. It may be implicit in the fact of collaboration or existence of other circumstances. If a person knows or could expect that one with whom that person agrees, has agreed, or will agree with another to effect the same objective, that person is deemed to have agreed with the other, whether or not the other's identity is known. A conspiracy is deemed to continue until its objectives are accomplished, frustrated, or abandoned. Objectives include escape from the scene of the crime, distribution of booty, and measures other than silence for concealing the crime or obstructing justice in relation to it. A conspiracy is deemed abandoned if no overt act to effect its objectives has been committed by any conspirator during the applicable period of limitations. Arson. A person is guilty of arson if the person intentionally starts or maintains a fire or causes an explosion with intent to destroy an entire or any part of a building or inhabited structure of another, or if the person starts or maintains a fire or causes an explosion with intent to destroy or damage the person's own real or personal property for the purpose of collecting insurance for the loss. Essential elements of offense. The state's burden of proof is satisfied if the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt the following essential elements. On or about December 31, 2019 through January 2, 2020, in Burley County, North Dakota, the defendant, Nikki Sue Melissa Entzel, agreed with one or more persons to engage in or cause conduct constituting the crime of arson, and any one or more of such persons in the agreement then committed an overt act to effect an objective of the conspiracy. Conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence. Criminal conspiracy. A person commits criminal conspiracy if that person agrees with one or more persons to engage in or cause conduct constituting an offense, and any one or more of those persons acts overtly to effect an objective of the conspiracy. The agreement need not be clearly stated. It may be implicit in the fact of collaboration or existence of other circumstances. If a person knows or could expect that one with whom that person agrees, has agreed, or will agree with another to effect the same objective, that person is deemed to have agreed with the other, whether or not the other's identity is known. A conspiracy is deemed to continue until its objectives are accomplished, frustrated, or abandoned. Objectives include escape from the scene of the crime, distribution of booty, and measures other than silence for concealing the crime or obstructing justice in relation to it. A conspiracy is deemed abandoned if no overt act to effect its objectives has been committed by any conspirator during the applicable period of limitations. Tampering with physical evidence. A person is guilty of tampering with physical evidence if, believing an official proceeding is pending or about to be instituted, or believing process, demand, or order has been issued or is about to be issued, the person alters, destroys, mutilates, conceals, or removes a record, document, or thing with intent to impair its verity or availability in such official proceeding, or for the purposes of such process, demand, or order, and that such behavior substantially obstructed, impaired, or perverted prosecution for a felony. Essential elements of offense. The state's burden of proof is satisfied if the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt the following essential elements. On or about December 31, 2019 through January 2, 2020 in Burley County, North Dakota, the defendant, Nikki Sue Melissa Entzel, agreed with one or more persons to engage in or cause conduct constituting the crime of tampering with physical evidence, and any one or more of such persons in the agreement then committed an overt act to effect an objective of the conspiracy. Definitions. The court will now define some of the terms used in these instructions, among which are the following. A person acts intentionally if, when he engages in conduct, it is his purpose to do so. Official proceeding means a proceeding heard or which may be heard before any government agency or branch or public servant authorized to take evidence under oath, including any referee, hearing examiner, commissioner, notary, or other person taking testimony or a deposition in connection with any such proceeding. Process, demand, or order means process, demand, or order authorized by law for the seizure, production, copying, discovery, or examination of a record, document, or thing. Property is that of another if anyone other than the actor has a possessory or proprietary interest therein. Evidence defined. The evidence which you are to consider consists of the testimony of the witnesses and exhibits received into evidence. The fact that a complaint or information was filed against the defendant is not evidence, and you should not think of it as evidence as you discuss the case. The fact that the defendant was arrested, confined, or charged with an offense does not give rise to inference of guilt at trial. Presumption of innocence. The defendant in a criminal action is presumed to be innocent unless guilt is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If the prosecution fails to prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. On the other hand, if you find from all the evidence in this case that a charge against the defendant has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, it is your duty to find the defendant guilty of that charge. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The state must prove all of the essential elements of a crime charged by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, if you have a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed a crime, then you must find the defendant not guilty of that crime. The state is not required to prove guilt beyond all doubt, but beyond a reasonable doubt. You should find the defendant guilty only if you have a firm and abiding conviction of the defendant's guilt based on a full and fair consideration of the evidence presented in the case, and not from any other source. Out-of-court statements by defendant. Testimony may be received in this case concerning certain statements made by the defendant out of court and before trial as to the defendant's involvement in the commission of a crime or the crimes charged. In determining the weight, if any, to be given an out-of-court statement by the defendant, you should consider all the evidence of the circumstances under which the statement was made. Closing instructions. At the close of the case, I will provide you with further instructions regarding the law to be applied to this case and the procedures to be followed in arriving at your verdict. Ms. Lawyer, are you ready for your opening statement?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
You may proceed.
On January 2nd, 2020, law enforcement, fire get dispatched to 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Burley County. It's actually outside the city limits of Bismarck. The caller is the defendant, Nikki Entzel. She's calling to report that there's possibly a fire at her residence. She says that her husband is at home. Everyone responds, city and county. We have the Bismarck Fire Department, Rural Fire, Bismarck Police Department, Burley County Sheriff's Department. The Bismarck Fire Department arrives first, and the first thing they do is they clear the residence, making sure that there's nobody in there, checking to see where the fire's at. And as they're doing that, in the far back bedroom, they find Chad Entzel naked and deceased on the floor. They also see a shotgun on the bed and a propane heater at the foot of the bed. Another crew checks the basement and they find a smoldering fire on top of the furnace downstairs in the basement, which they put out easily. After the house is rendered safe to enter, the sheriff's department comes in because it's their jurisdiction. Deputies start to investigate. They call in a fire marshal to determine origin and cause of the fire. The fire marshal calls in for help with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives for technical assistance as well. The coroner is called. As they're all looking around and looking at the evidence, on the surface, it appears that it may be a suicide. People have committed suicide by shotgun before, and maybe an accidental fire because the propane tank heater was too close to the bed. That's what it appeared on the surface, but as they looked, things weren't adding up. The shotgun was a little too far away from the body. The fact that the propane heater accidentally set fire to a bed in that bedroom was too much of a coincidence when you add to that there was a standalone fire downstairs on the furnace accidentally set as well. Too much of a coincidence. The shotgun had one spent shell in it. So again, on the surface, it looked like it was a suicide. But as the coroner came in and examined Chad's body, he found that there looked like 2 wounds in his body, but only 1 shotgun shell in the shotgun. And suicide by shotgun isn't with 2 shots. So deputies started to get statements. One deputy started talking with Ms. Entzel, and he noted in his report that she was fairly calm and didn't appear to be crying. But grief affects everybody differently. Shock affects everybody differently. So he went about his interview. Deputies collected evidence, including Nikki Entzel's cell phone. They also found a cell phone in the residence belonging to Chad Entzel, along with his iPad. An autopsy was requested, and you'll hear from the medical examiner that Chad was indeed shot twice with a shotgun. He had 2 lethal wounds in his body. So deputies did a very thorough investigation in this case. You will hear a lot of evidence. Some of it may seem like it doesn't make sense at the time, but it all comes together because that's what the deputies had to do. Follow the trail of evidence and piece everything together to put a timeline in place to find out what really happened to Chad. In that initial interview with the defendant, deputies found out that she hated the rental home that they were in. She said the furnace wasn't working. That was pretty much the first thing she told them. There was something wrong with the furnace, it wasn't working. She and Chad had argued about that, and she had left. Now keep in mind, January 2nd, 2020 was on a Thursday. She indicated she'd left the home on the Sunday or Monday before, which would have been December 29th or December 30th of 2019. Because she's got medical conditions, the furnace wasn't working, the house was too cold, she couldn't stay there. So she left. Deputies also found out that her children, she's got 2 children from prior relationships that aren't Chad's, they weren't at the home either. They were spending Christmas break with their grandparents in Aberdeen, South Dakota. But she had left to go to a hotel because the house was too cold for her to stay in. She gave her phone to the deputy and allowed the deputy to look through her car or look through her phone, but she asked if she could get another phone from her car so that she could have a phone while this investigation was pending. So with her permission, deputies went through her vehicle that was parked on in the property and looked through it and took pictures and photographs of everything in the vehicle and grabbed a phone from a box that had been mailed that had some phones in it. They took a picture of the label, but they didn't pay much attention to it at the time. There was too much going on. And as they were looking through the pictures later, though, they noticed that the name, the label on the box for those phones, it was mailed to an Earl Howard. That was a name they hadn't heard yet. So they did bring a phone to Ms. Entzel to use. During her interview, she said that Chad abused alcohol to such an extent that he was drinking 2 cases of whiskey a month along with beer on top of that. And that he was always gone, he wasn't doing things with the family, and that he liked to play drinking games. And she described drinking games as where Chad would get intoxicated and then physically abuse her. Deputies, when they were going around the house, noticed that there was a surveillance camera mounted on the house. Ms. Entzel gave them the information as to how to log into that security system so they could check the video and the sensors that were in the house. And when they walked through the house again, they noticed something out of place. Not so out of place that they grabbed it at the time, but they noticed that there was a piece of a Marlboro red cigarette pack on the floor. So, January 3rd, the next day, Friday, January 3rd, the deputies got to work. They started working on the phones. They requested Bureau of Criminal Investigation to come in and assist. Nikki had told them that she was staying at the Staybridge, so someone went to the Staybridge to take a look at key card logins because they use key cards to get in and out of the rooms. And every time your key card is used, there's an artifact for that. There's a record of that. Staybridge has security cameras, so every time you come and go out the entrances, there's a record of that. They went to go get the invoices or the sign-in sheet. When you go to a hotel, you have to register. The registration for the room that Nikki Entzel was staying in was registered to Earl Howard, despite the fact that she had told deputies that she had moved out of the house because the furnace wasn't working, spur of the moment, and she needed to get someplace warm. So they got security feeds from the camera at the home. And they got the administrative logs and the logins to, access the system. And they found that sometime on December 30th, Nikki and an unknown male had come to the residence at approximately 7 p.m. And they left at approximately 8:30 p.m. And after that, the camera was set to privacy mode. There was one more corrupted file that they couldn't access for video, but after that, there were no more videos regarding who was coming and going from the house. The login to put that camera system in privacy mode was Nikki Entzel. Officers even went and got cell tower records to see what cell phones were pinging off the cell towers around the home to see if there were consistencies throughout. Ultimately, they conducted numerous interviews. They collected surveillance from multiple businesses. They went through bank records, phone examinations, email accounts, social media accounts, and you're going to hear everything that they did. And as I said, when you hear it, it's going to be a little disjointed because they went places several times. When you hear from the Staybridge Suites individual, you're going to hear about their comings and goings over the course of December 29th through January 2nd. And when you hear from when you hear about the video that was at the house, you're going to hear throughout the day on December 30th, and you're going to hear about sensor readings through January 2nd. And you will have to do what the deputies did and put all of that together to create the timeline as to who was where and what were they doing. But what you will ultimately hear is that Nikki Sue Entzel was having an affair with Earl Howard. She and Earl were going to move to Texas. They were looking for homes in Texas, and she had a job interview scheduled down there within the next couple of weeks after the fire had occurred. She took out a renter's insurance policy for coverage of around $26,000 that was put in effect on December 27th, 2019. She then traveled to Minnesota to meet up with her boyfriend Earl Howard on December 27th or 28th of 2019. He was driving down from Canada. He picked her up in Minnesota, and they drove to Bismarck, where they stayed at the Staybridge Suites. They got in at about 1 o'clock in the morning on December 29th, 2019. While Chad was at his bowling league on Monday, that's when they went to the house between 7 and 8:30 p.m. so that they could collect property of Nikki's and get it out of the house while Chad was gone. As I said, after that, there's no more security video at the house because it was turned into privacy mode. But they took a bunch of Nikki's belongings and the boys' belongings and they took that back to the hotel. While they were there, between that 7 and 8:30 p.m. time frame, they grabbed the propane heater from the garage and put it in the house. They grabbed a shotgun from the bedroom and they put that somewhere in the house. They got the shells for the shotgun and they loaded the shotgun. And they left at approximately 8:30. They came back to the house on December 31st, 2019 at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning. Door sensors tell us that. And they left at approximately 3 o'clock in the morning. The last time anyone saw Chad Entzel alive was leaving bowling on December 30th, 2019 at approximately 10:30 p.m. Between 1 and 3 a.m. on December 31st, 2019, Chad Entzel was shot twice with a shotgun and left dead in the home with a fire started. You'll also hear that before they left the residence after Chad was shot, they staged the room. They staged the bedroom to make it look like Chad killed himself. They took one of the spent shotgun shells out of the shotgun, leaving one behind. You can't commit a suicide shooting yourself twice with a shotgun, so they had to take one of the shells. They put 2 whiskey bottles in the bedroom to make it look like Chad had been drinking. And they arranged the propane heater near the bed, pointed at Chad's body, hoping to start that fire. And they left around 3 a.m. When they wake up December 31st, there's no news of a fire. You know, in Bismarck, that's big news. It's all over the headlines. House fire in Bismarck. There was nothing like that. So at approximately 6:30 in the morning on December 31st, they went back to the house. The house wasn't burned down. So they repositioned the propane heater, and Nikki goes to work and calls Chad in sick to work, buying them some more time. Because of course the next day is New Year's Day, and businesses are closed that day. No one's gonna miss Chad until January 2nd. Door sensors at the home showed that they were at the house at least one more time, trying to start that fire. The house still hadn't caught fire, so again, the fire was started on the furnace. On January 2nd, Nikki goes to work, but she doesn't call Chad in sick that day. His coworkers can't reach him, so during their lunch break, they go to the house. They try calling Nikki too to find out if she's heard from Chad. They're worried. When they go to the house, they see that his pickup is parked in the driveway, but they can't get any answer on the door. They actually called the police to come out and do a welfare check on him because they're worried about him. Remember, they contacted Ms. Entzel and told her, he's not at work, we haven't heard from him, we can't get a response. Her response is, I'm really busy at work today. I'll take a look when I get done with work today. So the officer comes out to the house, he tries to make contact. The layout of the house will be explained to you by officers, but basically you can't see into the upstairs portion of the house. And there was nothing in any of the windows that they could see that caused alarm. And there was no reason for the officers to go in because there was nothing that looked out of place at the house. So after that welfare check, the coworkers went back to work, still worried, still contacting Nikki. And after work, on January 2nd, is when Nikki Entzel goes out to the house and makes her 911 call. On January 3rd, you'll hear that Nikki calls Chad's employer to ask what sort of benefits are available to her as a widow. On January 3rd, she files a claim with that renter's insurance policy that she took out on December 27th. On January 7th, a claim is filed on Chad's life insurance with Allstate. In 2018, you'll find out they got married in 2016, and in 2018, he had taken out a total of $600,000 in life insurance with his wife, Nikki, as a sole beneficiary. So again, you're going to hear and see a lot of evidence regarding dates and times and locations of both Nikki Sue Entzel and Earl Howard, and you will hear about their comings and goings from the staybridge, from the house. You have to listen carefully to get all of that. You'll be able to do what the deputies did, like I said, and piece together the timeline. And once you do, it will show that Nikki Sue Entzel and Earl Howard agreed to kill Chad Entzel, agreed to set the house on fire, to collect the insurance benefits and to cover up the murder, and agreed to tamper with evidence by destroying or disposing of that second shotgun shell and setting the fire to cover up the evidence of the murder. You will find at the end that Nikki Entzel is guilty. Thank you.
Mr. Rush, would you like to do an opening statement now?
Reserving, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lawyer, you may call your first witness when you're ready.
State calls Eric Moe.
Just please come forward up here. You'll be sworn in and then take a seat in the witness stand.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Just be careful to make sure you speak in the microphone so we can all hear you good.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
My name is Eric Moe, and currently I'm a criminal records specialist with BCI. I used to be at CENTCOM.
What is CENTCOM?
Central Dakota Communications. It's the 911 center in Bismarck.
And how long did you work there?
8 years.
What sort of training or education do you have to be able to work at CENTCOM and take those kind of calls?
I have a high school diploma and 4-year degree, and passed their in-house 6-month training.
You have a 6-month training process
Yep.
before you can take calls?
That's correct. Yep.
What kind of things do you learn during that 6 months of training?
Call taking, 911, dispatching police, fire, and ambulance.
And when you worked there over those 8 years, was there any continuing education you had to take?
Yes, monthly. Monthly and quarterly. There's training involved.
How many dispatchers and operators are working during a standard shift at CENTCOM?
Anywhere between 4 and 6.
Does CENTCOM only receive calls through the 911 system?
No, we receive them through the non-emergency lines as well.
Do those calls come through the same phone lines, or are there different phone lines for the 911?
They are the same lines, but they are separated when we get them.
So when a call comes in, you can tell at a glance if it's an emergency or a non-emergency call?
That's correct, yes.
Are those calls handled the same way?
No, the 911 calls are handled as a higher priority than the non-emergency lines are.
So are calls that come in on both the 911 and the non-emergency line recorded?
All calls coming in to the center are recorded, both sets of lines, yes.
Are they automatically recorded, or do you have to do something in order to have them be recorded?
Yes, they are automatically recorded.
Are they both recorded on the same system, or do you have separate systems for each call?
They are on the same system.
How are you able to find a specific call after it's been recorded into that system?
I personally do not have experience with the recording system to pull the recordings, but they can look it up in the computer. The supervisors can.
So you're aware that they can find a specific call within that recorded system?
Yes.
Were you working on January 2nd, 2020 in that capacity as a dispatcher or 911 call operator?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was on a Thursday.
Okay, I do have State's Exhibit number 1. Okay, I would offer it, Your Honor.
No objection,
Oh,
please.
whoops, I apologize. I would offer it, Your Honor. It's a stipulated exhibit, which is just a calendar for December 2019 and January 2020 to assist the witnesses with the dates.
No objection.
Exhibit 1 is received.
To your knowledge, did any calls come in that day regarding this case?
Yes, we did. Yes.
Which lines did they come through?
The call I took came in on 911.
And do you recall what time that call came in?
It was approximately 5:20 p.m.
And was there any other call that came in regarding this case on that date?
After I took this call, the 911 call, I was made aware of a previous call that was made, yes.
How were you made aware of that?
I looked at the call history at this address.
And you found another call had come in earlier?
That's correct, yes.
Do you recall what time that call came in?
Approximately 1:15, 1:20 p.m. the same day.
Who was the call taker on that case?
On the one at early in the afternoon, it was Allison Bleak.
Do you know if that call came in through the 911 line or the non-emergency line?
I believe that was non-emergency.
Was she working the same shift as you?
Yes, she was.
So you were there when that call came in, just weren't aware of it at the time?
That's correct. I was on the 911 lines that day.
Were you able to review both of those calls that were recorded on CENTCOM's recording system
Yes, I
regarding
was.
this case?
Mr. Moe, just make sure she's finished her question before you speak so we don't have overlapping. Thank you.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Permission, just try to remember to use the microphone.
I handed you what's been marked as States Exhibits 2 through 5. Are you familiar with those documents and discs?
Yes, I am.
And have you reviewed the calls that are on States Exhibit 2 and States Exhibit 4?
Yes, I have.
And are they fair and accurate recordings of the calls that you just talked about that came into the CENTCOM system on January 2nd regarding this case?
Yes.
And have you also reviewed States Exhibit 3 and 5, which are transcripts of those calls?
Yes.
And do those transcripts appear to be fair and accurate transcripts of those recordings?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would offer States 2 through 5.
Just for foundational purposes, Your Honor, no objection.
Exhibits 2 through 5 are received.
And States Exhibit number 2 and 3 are a DVD and a transcript that apply to the call you received from Ms. Entzel. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Your Honor, I would request to publish States Exhibit 2 at this time.
Objection, Your Honor.
You may do so.
It's not being displayed on the TVs, Your Honor. Oh, I suppose if I plugged in my computer, that would help. There we go.
What's the address of your emergency?
4900 Northeast.
Repeat that address for verification.
4900 43rd Avenue Northeast.
Okay, and is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can I get your name, please?
Nikki Entzel.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Nikki Entzel.
How do you spell your last name, please, Nikki?
E-N-C-E-N-C-L.
Spell your first name, please.
The 1319.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
I came out here to check. My husband sent a text message that he didn't come in today, and I've been good 3 days, and so I'm coming here to check. And I walked in, I opened the garage door, and I walked in, and the house is smoky. I can't get in the door. It's smoky in the house.
Okay, so you see smoke?
I can see inside the, and
Okay.
like our wash machine's black, and it's just smoky in there, and I can't get in the door.
Okay, do you see any flames at all?
I don't.
Okay, and you were coming here to check on who again? I'm sorry?
Check on my husband. I've been out for a few days.
Okay.
And the work called and said he didn't come in at all. And I tried calling him,
Okay.
no answers. They tried calling him, no answer. So I said, I was just swamped. I couldn't get away at work today, and I'm coming out now because I'm off work, and he can't get in the door. And when I looked, everything was black. Like,
Okay.
died. So I want to go in and check.
Slow, okay. Nikki, calm down for me, okay? Nikki, I need you to calm down for me, okay? Nikki, what's your husband's name? Nikki, what's your husband's name?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, one moment. That looks like we had a call earlier at this location. Okay. Okay, I need you to wait outside, Nikki. Did you arrive in a vehicle?
I'm in my car.
What kind of vehicle are you in, Nikki?
I'm brand new, a blue one.
Are you there alone right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you parked in a safe spot?
No, I'm right in. I almost think I'm in the driveway. I'm driving now. I'm in the driving.
Okay, Nikki, stay on the line. I'm going to be dispatching out help. I'm going to put you on hold, but don't hang up, okay?
Yeah, I'm driving now. I'm in the driving.
What's that, Nikki?
I was going to die.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. What's going on?
I just want to go inside.
Okay, go. But for everyone's safety, until you meet with deputies, I want you to wait in your vehicle for your own safety. Okay? Can you go to your vehicle?
Yeah, I'm in my car.
Okay. And can you just back away from the house for a little while until you meet with the deputies?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to be right back with you here. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I'll be right back with you. All right, Nikki, are you there? Okay, we do have help on the way, okay? Just let me know when they're right there with you. Are you in your blue Grand Am at this time?
I'm in my car.
You're in your car? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and you're in the driveway right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone there with you?
No, it's even worse. I just come from work.
Okay. All right, we do have lots of help coming on the way. Just let me know if anything changes.
Yeah. I'm going to die.
No, you did the right thing by calling here. So when was the last time you had contact with Chad?
Monday.
Monday? Okay.
Yeah.
Was it, did you have contact with him at this address?
Oh, we talked on the phone.
On the phone? Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We do have help on the way. Just let me know if anything changes.
I'm going to go now. I'm going to go now.
I'm sorry. We do have help on the way. They're going to help you out, okay?
Yeah.
Do you see any smoke coming from any windows or anything like that? Any cracks or, anything in the house at all?
I don't see anything.
Okay. Okay, but when you were at... What's that?
It smells bad.
It smells like smoke? Okay.
And open the door. I can open the door, but I can't open the house, go into the house.
Okay. All right, yeah, just for your safety, just wait till we get people there. They're on their way now. They'll be there as soon as they can. Okay?
Yeah. Go now.
They're on their way. They're coming as safely as they can, okay? just a few blocks away.
I don't want everyone to know. Please, I'm gonna hurry.
Yep, they're on their way, Nikki, okay?
Oh,
Okay, yep, they're on their way.
I see the bear truck. I need to hurry, come fast.
What's that? I'm sorry. They're going to be there as fast as they can. They're almost there.
He's here. The bear trucks are here. Fire trucks is here now.
Okay, do the fire trucks see you right now?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can safely just go to a fireman there, go and talk to them, okay? All right? All right, thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Based on those records, you said you could see that there was a call earlier. Do you know if anyone was dispatched to the house earlier?
Yes,
And who was that?
it was law enforcement.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass.
You never took that earlier phone call, did you?
No, I did not.
One call, okay. And so you never spoke with, did you speak with the person who took that call earlier?
No, not during that shift, no.
So, when did you hear the details of the earlier call? Was that like the next day, next week?
It was sometime in the future. For this particular shift, it was just the call notes from the previous call in the computer-aided dispatch system.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, and I'd ask that this witness be excused.
Okay, Mr. Moll, thank you. You are excused, but just a reminder, you are not to talk to anyone else who may be witnesses in this case about your testimony, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Jeremy Francis.
If you please come forward and be sworn in and then take a seat at the witness seat.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
You may proceed.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Jeremy Francis, firefighter for the city of Bismarck.
How long have you been a firefighter for Bismarck?
16 years.
Has all that time, have you been a firefighter anywhere else?
Yes, I was a volunteer firefighter with the Bismarck Rural Fire Department prior to my employment.
What are your duties with the Bismarck Fire Department?
I currently serve the role as captain.
What does the captain do?
Captain is basically a supervisor position for firefighters at a fire station.
So do you still respond to the scene of fires or scene of calls?
Yes.
And what sort of training or education do you have to be a firefighter?
I have a Firefighter 1 and Firefighter 2 certification through the state of North Dakota. And then also I'm a certified EMT.
Was there any other specialized training you had to take when you started working with the Bismarck Fire Department?
No, I had to go through a recruit training program which I received Firefighter 1 and Firefighter 2.
Do you have any recurrent or continuing training that you have to do throughout the years?
Yes, we're required so many hours of training each month, and then sum total for the year.
How many fires would you estimate that you've responded to during the course of your career?
A couple hundred.
Do you have any specialized training in figuring out the origin and cause of fires?
I have a basic level of cause and origin and preservation of evidence training that came with Firefighter 1 certification.
Did you respond to a call on January 2nd, 2020 at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in
Yes.
Burley County? When did that call come in, do you recall?
It was after 5 o'clock.
What information were you provided?
As I recall, it was the reporting party had stated that they can see smoke inside the home and it's locked and they can't get in, and they're concerned somebody's inside.
When that call came in, and were you given an address right away?
Yes.
Were you able to tell if that was within city limits or outside of city limits?
No.
So what do you do in that case?
We rely on that the dispatch is relating that information correctly, and we respond, so there's no delay in respond to the emergency.
And did you have any special duties in responding? Were you the driver of the truck or anything like that?
No, I was the captain at the time, so I was the officer of the truck, so I was up front with the driver.
And when you arrived at the residence, could you tell if it was inside the city limits or outside?
No, only thing showing on my computer was it's off of 43rd Avenue, which is considered inside the city limits.
So once you arrived at the home, did you notice if there were any other law enforcement or firefighters there already?
No, we were the only one on scene.
What happened when you first got there?
When I arrived on scene, I give initial size up of what I'm looking at, the structure of the home, what kind of home it is, anything I see from the outside of the home, if I see smoke or fire, and then I reported that I could see the reporting party standing in the driveway waiting.
Could you see any smoke or fire from the outside of the house when you first arrived?
No.
So what did you do then?
So after I gave my report, I got out of the vehicle. The caller came up to me and told me that I can't get inside the house, somebody's inside there, and I can't get in, and I see smoke. So at that time I told her to just wait right here, I'm gonna go check it out. As I proceeded towards the house, the garage door was open, the light was on, so I walked up to the side entry door from the garage into the home, and I could see a light haze through the window of the door. The light was on in the washer and dryer room, so I could see a light haze. So at that point, my firefighter had come up with a tool. I checked the door, it was locked, so I was going to use the tool to break the door open and search the premises because there was an indication that there might be a fire occurring at this time.
Now, the woman that approached you, do you see her in court today?
It'd be hard to recognize.
Okay, it's been kind of long.
It's been a long time.
All right. And did she go back then to wherever you directed her to, as you directed her to, or did she stay with you as you were trying to go in the house?
No, as I was walking toward the house, she walked away from me. My driver of the fire engine kind of kept her back from the scene.
So now you said the garage door was open. Are you talking the overhead door that a car would drive in, or was there a side door that was open?
The overhead door.
Did you see when you were approaching the house through the garage if there was any sort of fire or smoke in the garage itself?
No, the garage appeared clear. The light was on, it was clear in there. I can only see a haze inside the home.
So what was the tool that was used to try to breach the door?
We use a Halligan, which is a striking or prying tool that we used for forcing doors. So all I had to do was I just used the flat end and struck the doorknob, and the door opened.
Did you enter the house at that time?
And that's when we proceeded to enter the home. We went on air from our SCBAs. As I stepped in, you could feel slight warmth, and then that's when we proceeded to go into search mode, which we're going to try to see if we can find anybody in the house since they're reporting somebody. The only light was on was an entryway. We proceeded to the kitchen area. There was soot covering the floor, the surfaces, so an indication that there was either an active fire or something had burned. So we began to sweep the kitchen, dining room, and living room area, utilizing flashlights. And then we proceeded to the hallway. Firefighter Tavis, I assigned him to check the rooms on the left, and I checked the rooms on the right. First one I went into was a bathroom, and then as I got to the last bedroom on the right, the door was closed.
Okay, I'm going to stop you for a second then.
Yes.
Because I have a few more questions.
Yes.
What is an Scba? that you
Self-contained breathing apparatus. It's what we utilize to breathe clean air when we're in a smoky or hot environment.
Now, you said you noticed a slight warmth as you were walking. Was it into the house or through the house?
As I stepped into the house, you can feel a little warmth, but not the kind of warmth that I feel if I'm near fire.
And as you were walking through, you said the entryway and then the kitchen and the dining area, did you see any fire at that point?
No.
And was the temperature changing as you were walking through the house, or was it still that same light warmth?
Still that same light warmth.
Okay. You said you you found a bathroom, or you checked a bathroom on the way in. Was there anything in that bathroom?
No.
And were you informed if there was any fire located in the rooms the other individual was checking?
No.
So you said you got to a closed door in the back?
Yes.
And what happened then?
I opened the door.
What did you observe inside that room?
As soon as I opened the door, I could feel a little additional warmth, and I could immediately observe that there had been a fire had occurred in this room, and then I proceeded to see a body laying on the floor next to the bed.
How could you tell that there had been a fire in that room?
There was burn marks, melting of blinds, charred things on the wall, black walls, indicated that something had burned.
You said you noticed that there was a body lying beside the bed?
Yes.
And in what state was that? Was it clothed or unclothed?
The individual was naked, lying on its back.
Were there any burn marks that you noticed on the person laying on the floor?
I didn't immediately notice any burn marks on the body, just that there had been swelling of groin area and the navel area, and then some pooling underneath the body, which has indicated that the person is deceased.
So there was no need to check and see if the person was alive. It was clear that the person was dead.
Yes.
What other observations did you make of the body, if any?
Nothing I can recall.
Was there anything else that you noticed in that room at that time?
I didn't notice anything else in the room at that time. That's when I stepped out of the room and reported to our battalion chief, who is in charge as the shift commander for the shift that day.
And what did you report to the chief?
I reported that we found a victim.
So what's the protocol then?
Since I didn't find any active fire at that time and that there was a victim, I wanted to do a face-to-face so I could keep things off the radio.
And what do you mean by a face-to-face?
That I would approach them and talk to them in person.
That way you weren't broadcasting it to everyone?
Yes.
As far as you knew, was the female reporter still with another firefighter?
I cannot recall.
Okay. If she had been, would she have been able to hear things over the radio?
Yes.
Okay. Is that one of the reasons that you wanted to speak with your chief face-to-face as opposed to over the radio?
Yes.
After you spoke with the chief, what did you do?
I advised them where we had located the body, and I met with a second engine company to give them additional assignment to continue on with the residents. And I assigned them to do a secondary search, which is basically check the areas that we've already checked, make sure we didn't miss anything, and to have them check the rest of the house for a possible extension of the fire. Since there was fire in that room, do we know if it's chasing the walls or in the basement?
What do you mean by chasing the walls?
If the fire got intense enough and it actually breached the wall and it could get into the floor and into the void spaces, just wanted to make sure that there wasn't fire anywhere else.
So it could travel without leaving a visible line of travel? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it can hide itself.
Okay. And you just looked through the upstairs portion of the home, correct? You didn't look in the basement?
Yes.
So is that secondary search something that's typical that happens? To
Yes.
make sure something's not missed? So what were you doing while that other battalion was doing the secondary search?
It was the other engine company that was doing the secondary
sorry.
search. The battalion chief actually stayed outside, and I transferred my command to him. So now he was in charge of the scene. So I proceeded back to the home and assisted my driver with ventilation of the upper floor of the home, which is basically trying to remove the smoke out of the residence so we can bring it down to a level to where we don't have to wear our SCBAs anymore.
Is there any concern when you're doing that you're adding oxygen to a room where there could be a potential reignition of fire?
There's always a potential, but if it's done correctly, we prevent that.
Okay. So how were you able to ventilate that room or that house?
So we set our fan at the side door that was in the garage and started blowing air into the upper level, and at that point we create positive pressure, and in order to release that we open windows, and we do it in stages. We don't open everything at once. We do an area at a time. So we were working on the kitchen, dining room, and living room area first. So those windows were opened first to see if we can clear out the residence.
So what types of harmful substances are in a house like that, or in this particular house that you're trying to clear out?
There's a long list of particulates that are in fire, or are a byproduct of fire, which is the smoke itself. And the things we measure for is CO, HCN, which is hydrogen cyanide, CO, which is carbon monoxide. We utilize a detector for that. We have one that can measure CO and HCN inside homes, and we do this to assist us, especially if we have to do an overhaul where we have to if we need to check in the walls or attic spaces, or if we have to investigate. We like to bring those levels down to where we don't have to be on SCBA when we do those types of things.
So you're monitoring those until they're safe, and then people are allowed to come into the home then to do those investigations?
Yes.
While you were ventilating the house by opening the windows, was there anything else you were moving around or touching or handling?
Mostly it was just the windows, and possibly I might have touched some surfaces trying to get to the windows. I had opened blinds and then unlocked windows.
And you said you started in the kitchen, dining room, and living room area. Did you move throughout the house to open those other windows in the other rooms as well?
Yes.
And which one did you go to next?
I proceeded into those, the hallway bedrooms, the ones on the left, first because the doors were open, so there was smoke in those. So I opened those windows and let them clear out. And then the last room, I tried to see if we can ventilate the room where the fire was, but I was unable to open windows due to, from the heat that had occurred, they had melted the windows closed. And I didn't want to break any windows.
So what did you do?
I advised command that I was not going to break those windows because I wanted to preserve the room.
When you were in that room checking the windows, was there anything that you moved out of your way or handled in any way to do that?
I didn't move anything. The only thing I handled was I realized there was a sunflower heater tied to a propane tank. I wanted to make sure that propane was shut off, but I could tell that there was no heat coming from the heater itself, but I wanted to shut the propane off.
Could you tell if there was still propane in the tank?
No.
Okay. Can you tell me or describe what a sunflower heater is?
It's attached to a propane bottle, and it just creates heat to the heating element, so it looks like a sunflower, and that just dispels the heat.
But you said there was no heat coming from it, so it didn't appear that it was running at the time?
It didn't appear it was running at the time, but I had to shut the propane off.
And how did you do that?
I just turned the valve to closed position.
Okay. So the valve, when you were in there, was in the open position?
Yes.
Before you turned it? Okay. Did you observe if there were any smoke detectors in the house as you were going through?
There was no smoke detectors sounding in the home. I couldn't be 100% sure if there was smoke detectors. There was a form of I did see form of like a home security system panel that was in the entryway with the washer and dryer, but nothing was activated or sounding.
Is that unusual?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Well, that's what smoke detectors are supposed to activate with almost the slightest smoke or almost dust can set off a smoke detector. So with the much haze that we had in there, it was kind of surprising that there wasn't smoke detector sounding.
How long if it's continually going, because you said there was haze kind of in the room, so if the smoke detector had gone off and it was continually going while the haze was in the room, how long would that last?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Basically, as long as the battery would last?
Maybe the last time they changed the battery.
Okay. So after you ventilated the upstairs and turned the propane tank off, what did you do next?
At that time, I had heard over the radio, actually prior to opening some of those windows, that second crew that went in did locate a fire in the basement. I didn't go down in the basement, but I assisted feeding the hose line, which what they were using to put water onto the fire. I did assist from the upstairs to help them feed line downstairs to put out the fire they had found.
After the fire, or after they had indicated the fire was out, did you ever go in the basement?
I made it down to the bottom of the stairs after they had opened doors to ventilate some of the smoke that was down there, and I did do a quick look around the basement to see if there was anything else.
Did you see anything else down in the basement?
No.
So now you had talked about how during that ventilation process you monitor for CO and so carbon monoxide, and what was HCN again?
Hydrogen cyanide.
And did those return to safe levels so that deputies or investigators could come into the house?
We were able to reduce the levels quite a bit to the hallway, kitchen, living room, dining room area, but it was difficult to bring down the levels to the actual room in itself. But they were low enough to where there was a short-term exposure that if they needed to clear the home, they could be advised that these are your levels, this is your timeline.
So do you recall what the HCN or the hydrogen cyanide level was in the house when you took your first reading?
My first readings, I want to say, I think the CO was like 30 to 50 in the kind of the kitchen, common area, living room space, and then the HCN was 10, 20.
What are safe levels for CO?
CO, 30 parts per million, and that's what we're reading in.
And then what about HCN? What's the safe level for that?
3.
How long did it take to get the house to a point where law enforcement could come in?
If I recall, it was probably about 20, 30 minutes of just running that fan to try to clear up the upper area. And then we were able to get the levels low enough in the kitchen, living room, hallway, adjacent bedrooms. We were able to get those levels down, but they were still high levels in the room with the victim.
And again, as you were monitoring those levels, were you moving anything around or touching anything as you were going through the house to check those levels?
No.
Is there always an investigation into origin and cause of fire to every fire that you go to?
Yes.
And who is the one that does those investigations?
It depends on the size of the incident. If it's, as an officer, I can provide an investigation. If it's small enough incident, a small car fire, garbage can on fire, something small, where if we get a large structure, a home, lots of property damage, and if there's injury or death that occurs, we have fire investigators within the department that conduct those investigations, and they coincide with the police department.
Do you know who was assigned to investigate the origin and cause of this fire?
I spoke with the state fire marshal at this incident.
Why did you go to the state fire marshal instead of having an in-house investigator do it?
From what I understand is when I transferred my command over to the battalion chief, he made contact to have Bismarck Rural Fire Department show up, since it was actually technically their response where the address was located, and then with Chad Entzel to having the state fire marshal to do it, since it was outside city limits.
So when did you leave the residence?
It was probably about an hour and a half later.
And was yours the last truck to leave?
No.
Okay. So there were other firefighters that were there after you left?
Yes, I gave a report to, I believe at the time was the assistant chief to the Bismarck Rural Fire Department. I let him know what our findings were from our meters. He indicated he also had meters that he could still monitor those levels and what my concerns were. So I just gave my report to him, and I did that before leaving the scene. But I know the sheriff's department and Bismarck Rural Fire Department were still there when we left.
So when you were going through the house again to ventilate it and to make sure that those levels were going down, did you ever enter that back bedroom again?
It was just the two times. The first one I found the body, and the second time when I tried to ventilate.
And when you were back there the second time trying to ventilate, did you make any other observations or see anything else in the room?
Other than the space heater, I did notice the shotgun that was sitting on the bed.
All right, I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass.
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. When you had entered the home and you were clearing the home and you entered that back bedroom, did any other firefighters enter that back bedroom with you?
It was me and Firefighter Tavis, which was the individual that was helping search with me. He actually stayed in the hallway when I made the observation.
When you made the observation of the deceased, did he enter the room?
No.
When you went back in there the second time, did any other firefighter enter that room with you?
No.
After you had entered that back bedroom the first time and observed the deceased on the floor, did you cordon off that room?
No.
Okay. So that room still would have been accessible to anybody else entering the home at that time?
Yes.
Do you know, are you aware, or do you know at any point was that room ever cordoned off?
I can tell you what happened after we left the scene.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, I have nothing further, and I would ask that we be excused.
Thank you for coming and testifying. Just need to let you know you cannot discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses in this matter until the matter is completed. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been going an hour and 20 minutes. I try to take a break between an hour and a half so everyone can stretch. And so we're going to take a break until 10:30. So members of the jury, you'll get used to this because I read this at every break. Members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. So if the bailiffs would take the jury out. And we'll come back at 10:30. It's 10:30 a.m. We're going back on the record in State v. Entzel, case 08-2020-CR78. Ms. Entzel is present with her attorney, Mr. Glass. Ms. Lawyer is present representing the state, and all members of the jury are in the courtroom. We had concluded with the state's second witness. Are you prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Logan Pritchard.
Please come forward up to the witness seat, and then you'll be sworn in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Logan Pritchard, and I work for the Bismarck Fire Department.
How long have you worked for the Bismarck Fire Department?
Just over 7 years.
And how long have you worked as a firefighter?
Just over 7 years.
Okay, so all that time has been with Bismarck?
Yep.
And what are your duties as a firefighter?
Obviously, we respond to any structure fire within the city, fire alarms, car accidents, medical calls, any special hazards as well.
What sort of training or education do you have to be able to be a firefighter?
I have a 2-year degree, associate's degree in fire science technology.
Do you have any training when you started working for the Bismarck Fire Department?
Yes, it's basically it's a training period where you're not riding calls, not riding on the truck for a period of time, and then after you get through that, you go on shift, but you're still on a year probationary period where you're still kind of going through hands-on tests, written tests, and stuff like that as well. It's about a year long.
And then do you have any recurrent training that you have to do with the Bismarck Fire Department?
Yes, we do.
And what is that?
We have monthly training, quarterly training, yearly training.
How many fires would you estimate you've responded to in the course of your career?
I'm not 100% certain. A lot.
Did you respond to a call on January 2nd, 2020 at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Burley County?
Yes.
And when did that call come in, or when did you get that call?
I remember it being in the evening time, around supper time, somewhere between 5 and 6 o'clock at night.
What was your role?
I was the driver, engine operator of Engine 5 that day.
And when you arrived at that location, was there any other truck there already or law enforcement?
Yes, I remember Engine 4 had just arrived on scene as we were pulling in as well.
So what were you requested to do?
We were requested to meet up with Incident Commander and Engine 4 crew as well.
And who was the incident commander for that incident?
That would have been the captain of Engine 4 that day, Jeremy Francis.
And when you checked in with him or consulted with him, what were you supposed to do?
I believe we were assigned search.
Were you involved in that search?
Yes.
So what did you specifically do to search that residence?
We went actually down to the basement to do a search of the basement.
What did you observe in the basement?
We got down to the basement, and at that time there was fire coming from the furnace.
Do you recall which part of the furnace the fire was coming from?
Middle to upper part of the furnace.
How big was the fire at that time? Was it consuming the entire furnace, or was it just a small localized area?
I would say it was consuming the furnace.
So what did you do?
We requested for a hand line or a hose line to be brought down.
And that was done?
And then somebody brought us a hand line down, yep.
Okay. How long did it take to put that fire out?
Probably about 10 seconds.
So it wasn't a really big fire?
Correct.
Were there any other areas of fire within the basement that you observed?
No.
When you were walking down into the basement, did you notice a heat difference between the upstairs and the downstairs?
I do remember getting to the basement and we could feel the heat in the basement. There wasn't a lot of heat, but you could feel the heat difference from upstairs to downstairs.
So after the fire was put out on the furnace, what did you do?
At that time, then, we shut the gas off to the furnace.
And how were you able to do that?
I pulled the pliers out of my pocket and turned the valve. The valve had been basically melted off, so you couldn't do it by hand.
So after the gas was turned off, that was to make sure the fire wouldn't start back up again?
Correct, and we didn't want fuel free flowing into the basement as well.
All right. So after the gas was turned off, what did you do?
At that time, I believe we requested somebody to shut off the gas to the entire house.
Do you know if that was done?
I believe it was, yes.
And since that's out in the county, was that gas being fed from a propane tank?
I believe so, yes.
Did you examine the furnace or take a closer look at it?
I obviously, as I turned the valve off, we had to kind of take a look at things.
And what did you see when you were taking a look at the furnace?
We noticed that the cover was off of the furnace, and then, like I said, that valve had been melted off.
Did it look like the cover had fallen off the furnace due to the fire?
To me, it looked like it had been taken off because I don't remember it being near the furnace.
Was it laying on the ground or was it propped up somewhere?
I remember it being propped up.
What was the next thing that you had done?
At that time, I believe we opened up some windows to get some of the smoke out of the basement.
Was there a lot of smoke in the basement?
No, there was not a lot.
So you could still see what was going on down there?
Correct.
Was there any other sites that it appeared a fire had been but was no longer burning down in the basement area?
I don't recall exactly.
All right. Was there anything that was done to ensure that there was no fire like hiding in the walls or on the floor or in the ceiling?
Yes, we took our thermal imaging camera and did a scan of the entire basement as well, because not only after we put the fire out, but we were still looking for potential victims as well.
And what does a thermal camera do?
A thermal imaging camera, it basically differentiates temperatures, and based on those temperature readings, it'll display different colors on our camera.
And when those thermal imaging scans were done of the house, were there any hot spots or items that were of concern to you?
No.
Did it appear then from the thermal imaging and what you could visually see that the fires in the house had all been put out when that fire furnace was put out?
Yes.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
Other than turning off the valve on the furnace, did you move anything or manipulate the furnace in any way?
No.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Dennis? Just a couple. Were you the first person to go downstairs? Or were there others with you or ahead of you?
There was just one other with me.
Okay. And you went down together?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know who may have removed the cover from the furnace?
I do not.
Okay. No further questions.
The other firefighter with you wasn't the one that removed it, was he?
No, we did not touch it. It was on fire.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
And can this witness be excused?
I would request that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your testimony. You're excused, but I do admonish you that you're not to discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in this matter until after the case is concluded.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State calls Joe Walker.
Mr. Walker, please come forward up to the witness stand where we'll swear you in and then you can take a seat.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
My name is Joseph Walker. I am currently employed by the Burley County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
Approximately 4 years now.
Has all that time been with the Burley County Sheriff's Department?
It has, yes.
What sort of training or education do you have to be a law enforcement officer?
So I completed the Law Enforcement Training Academy in Bismarck here. From there, I got my peace officer license, which allowed me to become a licensed police officer in the state of North Dakota.
Officer, can the microphone move a little bit so when you turn,
Sorry, sir.
you're speaking to the microphone as well as to the jury?
Yes. So I completed the Law Enforcement Training Academy, and then from there, Burley County hired me. I completed their in-house training, which is quite extensive, and then from there, I've had hundreds of hours of continuous education in various fields.
What's your current assignment with the Burley County Sheriff's Department?
I'm assigned to the U.S. Marshal Fugitive Task Force, so the High Plains Fugitive Task Force.
Was that your assignment back in January of 2020?
It was not, no.
What were you assigned to in January of 2020?
I was a patrol deputy.
And what were your duties as a patrol deputy?
To enforce state and state law, criminal and traffic.
Were you on duty as a patrol deputy on January 2nd, 2020?
I was, yes.
And how did you become involved in this incident?
So at that time, I was working shifts 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Came on shift. I usually got there pretty early. Came on shift around 6:30 p.m. Talked to the deputies prior. They said they needed some assistance on a vehicle, or a house fire. So I made my way out to the location.
And what were you assigned to do at that location?
I was conducting traffic control.
What does that entail?
Essentially, I parked on the corner of 43rd and Roosevelt, parked my squad car sideways, and made sure that people didn't come down the road.
Were you approached by anyone while you were doing that traffic detail?
I was, yes.
Who was that?
So he identified himself as Mr. Matthew Hines. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. But he said he was the brother of Nikki Entzel.
Were you aware at that time who Nikki Entzel was?
I was not, no.
So what did you do?
I advised him just to park his vehicle off to the side and that I would be with him shortly.
Did you find out then who Nikki Entzel was?
I did. I was able to get a hold of one of the commanders on scene. He advised me just to hang out in my squad car, and he would be with me and advise me what was going on further.
So what happened after that?
After that, I believe two of our investigators showed up, kind of gave me a brief synopsis. They kept it very vague. At that time, I was new. I was about a year and a half in, just basic patrol deputy, so they kept it short and sweet. Asked me if I would continue to stay where I was. I said, of course. They introduced me at that time to Nikki Entzel, and then she was advised, I was advised to ask her to take a seat in her brother's vehicle.
And the person that you know is Nikki Entzel, do you see her in court today?
I do, yes.
Could you identify her for the jury and let her know what she's wearing?
Yes, she's wearing a striped sweater with glasses. I believe they're pink framed.
Did she take a seat in her brother's vehicle?
She did, yeah.
Did you have any conversation with her while she was there?
I did, yes. Again, I didn't know what was going on. The details of what was going on at the home, so I was making casual conversation. I'm a very talkative guy. So she was seated in the front passenger seat of the vehicle. Window was rolled down. It was a little cold, and I was just making casual conversation with her at that point.
What was her demeanor at that time?
At that time, I would say what I would classify as normal, baseline. Not too agitated, just if I were to run into somebody, say at a supermarket, and struck a casual conversation.
What did she speak to you about?
We spoke about various things. I don't know where to really begin. We talked about her bakery business. We talked about her children. We talked about her relationship with her husband. We talked about her future plans. We were with each other. After she was seated in her brother's vehicle, we were seated in a vehicle, my patrol car, together for quite some time, and I don't like it to stay too quiet. So
how many children did she say she had?
She said she had 2.
Boys or girls?
If I recall correctly, and I don't want to get this wrong, I would love to refer to my report, but I believe it was 2 boys.
What was her demeanor at that time?
She was very calm. She was very
What did she say about her relationship with her husband?
So after we kind of had a basic conversation, kind of like an icebreaker, she explained to me that her and her husband had a very abusive relationship, meaning he was abusive to her. She articulated that he would drink a lot, and from there they would play games. She clarified them as games, and when he would say that he wanted to play a game, and they were drinking, he would get very abusive. She proceeded to then show me photos of what she articulated as some of the photos from the abuse.
How was she able to show you a photo?
She had her cell phone with her.
How long did it take her to pull up that photo?
Oh, it was pretty quick. It was almost like she was prepared to tell me. And
do you recall what you saw in that photo?
I do. I believe it was a limb. I want to say it was an arm. Again, it's the middle of the night. It's dark out. When you have your night vision going and someone shows you a picture on a phone, and it's quite bright, it throws you off guard, especially I didn't know what I was looking at. But I believed it was an arm, and it did have bruising around it. It appeared to have bruising.
Could you tell whose arm it was?
No, not from the photo.
There wasn't anything in the background or any picture of a face along with that to let you know who it was or where it was taken?
No, it was strictly a limb. I believe I saw maybe a ring on the finger, not 100% sure.
Was there anything on the photo she showed you that indicated date or time the photo was taken?
Not from my recollection, no.
Did she elaborate on, I apologize. Did she elaborate on the drinking?
Yes, she said it got to the point where she was going to leave, and that's where our conversation progressed. We were kind of back and forth. We would talk about lighthearted things, and then we would get a little bit deeper in our conversation. She said it had progressed so much that he was abusing her in front of the children. I didn't have children at the time, so I didn't understand, but I tried to be very sympathetic to that. And I offered my 2 cents in the equation, but she said she was getting to the point where she was going to leave and that she had a plan to flee the state, essentially.
What was her plan?
So her plan, she started showing me photos on her phone of some homes, actually really beautiful homes down in Austin, Texas. And I remember that brought us into further conversation because at the time my twin brother was down in Texas, so it was kind of a conversation progressor, I would say. She showed me homes. They were very pretty. She explained to me that she wanted a big kitchen because she liked to bake. That was her thing. She said at that time she was baking out of the house, but she would love to have her own little spot to do it. Then from there, we started progressively talking, and she showed me a job interview she had set up for later on in that month. So it led me to believe that she had this planned out. It wasn't something sporadic.
Did you recall seeing what date that job interview was for?
I can't recall right here. I did write it down though. I believe that I recalled. If you don't mind, I would love to refer to or if you can refresh my knowledge, but I believe it was later on in the month of January.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
If you want to take a moment to review your report, second page bottom paragraph may be helpful.
Gotcha.
And then when you're done, if you want to turn your report over and let me know that you're ready. And did that refresh your recollection as to when her job interview was?
It did.
And when was it?
So I articulated in my report, and it refreshed my memory that I didn't know the specific date. I said the second or third week of January. In my reports, I do not like to put what we would consider facts, unless I really knew what the dates were, and numbers are one of those things that will hem me up on some things, so kept that one out.
Was there anything else that she had requested from you during your time that you were talking with her?
Yes, so I was trying to make her feel as comfortable as possible. I asked her if there was anything she needed. Again, we were on the side of a road essentially for an extended period of time, making casual conversation. I asked her if she needed anything. She requested that I retrieve, or some deputies retrieve, 2 boxes. I believe she classified them as Amazon boxes from the vehicle that was in the driveway of the residence. She also requested a bottle of water, her specific bottle of water from the vehicle.
Did she tell you what was in those boxes in her vehicle?
Yes, she did.
What was that? 2
cell phones.
Were you able to get those for her, or have somebody else get them for her?
At the time, no. At the time, I was advised by my superiors at the scene, and they said the scene is frozen right now. We're not allowing anyone out, and that's standard protocol across until we figure out what's going on.
What does it mean that a scene is frozen?
Meaning nothing can leave and come in without proper documentation.
So did you let her know that you weren't able to get those things for her at that time?
I said yes at that moment. That was not going to happen, but I could help you with a bottle of water.
And what was her response to that?
Normal. I say normal, meaning there was no deviation from her standard responses. Basic question, answer stuff. It was. She kept the same demeanor throughout until certain questions were brought up or certain scenarios were brought up.
What scenarios or questions were brought up that changed her demeanor?
Referring back to the alleged abuse with her husband, that brought some emotion to it. I would say, if I may classify it as what I would consider anger. Other emotions that were brought into the equation, she was fielding some phone calls while she was sitting in my squad car in the front passenger seat, and we would be having, this stuck out in my mind, but we'd be having basic conversation about all sorts of things, and then she would flip a switch when she would take a call, and she would become emotional. And it's hard for me to point and say that meant something, because we all react different to trauma, and that's one thing I've learned in law enforcement, is we all act differently in different situations. So it didn't stick out to me at that point.
Do you know who she was talking to?
I don't recall, no.
Was there anything else that you had her do at that time?
Yes, so kind of skipped over this a little bit, but prior to her sitting in my squad car, when she took a seat in her brother's car, I asked her I was requested by the guys on scene to have her write out a pretty much a detailed essentially report of what had happened. I asked her to be as thorough as possible, from when she could remember when she last saw her husband to the moment we were just sitting there. And I said, please be as thorough as possible. That's kind of standard protocol for us, is to try to get written statements, because then words can't be misconstrued. And so I remember specifically pulling out multiple blank pieces of paper, and thought she would use a lot of them. And I gave her the papers and gave her a pen as well.
How long did it take her to write out a statement?
I remember this pretty vividly because I was sitting in the car alone, and it was quiet, so I don't like quiet time, but it was approximately 20 minutes.
And how long was her statement?
Again, I was a new deputy at that point, so I did not read her statement, but I remember specifically taking the piece of paper back and noticing that she only used, I think, a page and a half maybe, And to me, that was a little bit odd.
Why?
Because, again, getting back to everyone experiences situations differently, but I think the average person, if you ask them to give a detailed statement on a piece of paper of what they did from the moment they woke up to the moment maybe they went to bed, I think you could get some pages in.
Did she talk to you about the status of the home, whether she owned it or her husband owned it, or what that was?
So she stated her and her husband were leasing it. I believe she said it was being leased for about a year, or that was the initial agreement.
Did she indicate when they'd moved in?
I'm sure she did, and it may be in my report, if I may refer.
If it helps refresh your recollection, yes.
Thank you. I don't believe I actually see it in here.
Okay. Did you see her children there at the scene?
I did not know.
Did she say where her children were?
Yes, she explained they're in South Dakota. I believe she stated they were with some relatives.
Did she indicate how long they'd been down there?
Yes.
How long was that?
If I may refer to my report again, because of dates, but it will take a second. They were in Aberdeen, South Dakota since the 20th of December.
Did she say why she wasn't in the home?
Yes, so that was one of the topics we went down for an extended period of time. She explained that the furnace had ongoing issues. To put things in perspective, I'm assuming we all live in the upper Midwest here and experience North Dakota cold, but in January it was significantly cold outside. And she did not have a heater going on in the house. She explained she had a couple of stationary heaters set up throughout the house, but nothing to adequately heat the home. So she told me that she was sleeping in a car, in her car in the driveway for several days, and then decided to get a hotel room.
Did she say which hotel she was staying at?
Yes, the Staybridge Inn and Suites in Bismarck.
Did she say if Chad was staying, her husband was staying there with her?
No, she did not. She said that he was staying at the home.
Did she say why he stayed in the home when it was so cold and she went to the hotel?
When we started talking about that, when that conversation part got brought up, we had already gone down I would say a personal route. I disclose things about my personal life, just like I do normally. And she started getting into her relationship with her husband. And at that point in the conversation, it's an assumption of mine, but I believe they weren't staying together because they weren't getting along.
Did she indicate the last time she had seen her husband?
Yes.
When was that?
On the 29th, if I recall correctly, of December 2019.
Do you recall what day of the week that was? There's a calendar up there, States Exhibit 1, if you want to take a look at that, if that helps.
So according to this calendar right here, it was a Sunday.
How about the last time she had communicated with him?
Again, if I may refer to my report.
Your Honor, I'd object. I mean, Officer Walker's had plenty of time to prepare. It's as if he needs to review his report for every answer that the state poses to him. I think he's reviewed his report enough. I would just ask that he answer the best he can from recollection.
And Your Honor, I'm asking for exact dates, and he already indicated that's an issue for him. He hasn't looked at it for every answer that he's given.
You need to lay foundation for refreshing his memory.
All right. So do you remember the specific date she indicated she had last communicated with her husband?
Do I remember the specific date?
Correct.
I do not, no.
Do you recall if you documented that in your report?
Yes, I did.
If you reviewed your report, would that refresh your recollection as to what date she indicated to you was the last time she had communication with her
Yes, it
husband?
would.
Your Honor, I'd request that he be allowed to refresh his recollection.
You may review the report to refresh your recollection on this one fact.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did reviewing your report refresh your recollection?
Yes, it did.
What was the date she last communicated with him?
December 30th.
And did she say how that communication occurred?
Yes, she said she was going over to the home to retrieve some clothing.
Did you get any information about the layout of the home or what bedroom belonged to which person within the home from her?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find out?
So she explained that her and her husband shared a bedroom. From there, she used a spare bedroom, which she articulated, I believe, was upstairs. And she used that as kind of an auxiliary closet. And that was kind of a conversation where we went down a tangent because my wife has a lot of clothes and she uses an auxiliary bedroom too, so I remember that.
What about the children? Where would they sleep? Did she indicate that to you?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there anything else you asked her about things in the house?
Yes. So some of the initial information that I got from the investigators on scene that there was a structure fire. They asked me to ask Nikki for consent to go through the home. Obviously, consent's great, so I asked her, I said, hey, is it okay if we search the home? And I articulated for the reasoning of we want to know if there's any firearms or anything like that when ammunition and other things are exposed to high heat. It's dangerous for the people inside the home and around the area. So that was one of the things I definitely asked her that was in the house.
And what was her response?
She said yes. And then immediately after that, if I may elaborate.
What else did she tell you about it?
She immediately told me she was not good with guns. And if I may, it was something that stuck out to me because I didn't ask about that, and it was right in my face right away. So I remember finding it quite odd.
Did you also ask her if officers or deputies could have access to the house later or get keys or some way to get into the house from her?
Yes, I did. I asked her how she enters the house, and she said that her husband had given her 3 keys, but then explained to me that she didn't know what keys did what to the house. She then further explained that the way she got into the home was by opening the garage door with the garage door opener and then going into the side entry garage door, which then would then lead into the home.
So she never did use the keys to access the house?
From what she was telling me, the assumption I came to was that she didn't know what the keys did, so she did not use the keys, no.
And by her indication, she didn't need a key to get into the house from that?
No, she primarily told me, and this is another thing that stuck out in my head, if I may elaborate. She told me that the garage door, the side door leading into the home, after you open the actual physical garage door where the vehicles come into, was mostly always unlocked. But then she interjected and said that, but sometimes it sticks. And I thought that was bizarre that she would be offering up information that I wasn't really inquiring about.
Did she provide any other information about the residence to you?
Yes. So at the time, we're both sitting there. We're both kind of on our cell phones trying to kill time in between conversation. And I kept getting alerts on my cell phone because I had recently installed video cameras at my home. And I just casually said that, I said, man, I hate these alerts. I get them all the time, and then it defeats the purpose of having video cameras because then you don't look at the alerts because you're so annoyed by them. And I said, do you have video cameras? And she goes, yes. And then she goes, but if you walk up a certain way and approach the house a certain way, they don't go off. And I was like, well, that's odd.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
I did.
What was that?
Assisted in removing the deceased body.
And what was your role in that?
Masking up and putting on a hazmat suit, entering the home, and essentially, in simplest terms, picking up Mr. Entzel and putting him into a bag and removing him from the house.
Was that bag secured in any way to make sure that no one would have access to his body until an autopsy could be done?
Yes, so it is standard protocol with us. Every death that I've been on where we've removed a body, a tamper-proof seal is put on the zippers or any parts of the body bag that can be opened, and they are initialed oftentimes.
And was that done in this case?
Yes, from my recollection it was.
And were you involved in taking the body to the next destination?
I was not. Once the body was, once we assisted in putting the body in the bag, we then carried him out the garage door, and then from there my job was done.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. West.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe you stated a couple times that everybody deals with shock or trauma in their own way, correct?
Correct.
So, you also had stated you thought it was odd that she would just write a statement that consisted of a page and a half. So, do you judge people's shock or trauma that they're experiencing at a certain point by the amount of words they put on paper?
No, I've been in the profession. I know it my experience is only.
It's a yes or no question.
No, I don't. I don't judge people.
Okay. Well, you indicated that you make assumptions.
I do.
Okay. Is assumptions judging?
In my opinion, no, it's not.
No? Okay. You also indicated that you were asking her about guns and ammunition. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you brought the subject of guns and ammunition up first?
Yes.
Okay. And so in response to that, Ms. Entzel said that she's not good with guns, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as I guess your video cameras, correct? Did you brought that up as well?
I'm sorry.
The video alerts?
The surveillance cameras, yes.
Surveillance alerts, okay. And you had indicated that you had surveillance video alerts at your home?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Okay. And you had asked Ms. Entzel if she had them at her home?
I wouldn't say that I didn't ask her directly. I just asked her essentially if she had the same problem, and then she offered that she had cameras as well.
Okay. Did she tell you where they were located?
She didn't tell me she told me the general direction of where they were located, pointing to.
Okay, but she didn't specifically tell you where they were located, correct?
Physically located on the house? No.
Correct?
Correct.
Right. When you went into the house, who did you go into the house with?
There were, I would have to refer to a log that we keep when people enter a scene and leave a scene. So I would have to refer to that to get all the names, but I know some specifically.
Did you enter with other Burley County deputies or
An investigator, yes.
Firefighter personnel?
Yes.
Okay. How many people entered, do you recall?
I'm sorry?
Approximately how many people entered that room?
I couldn't tell you because I wasn't there the entire time, so.
No, when you went in to remove the deceased.
When I was there in the room, actually outside the doorway, because we couldn't all fit in the room, from my recollection, I don't want to put a specific number on it, but I can't put a specific number on it.
Okay. But there was enough people in the room that you can fit in it, correct?
Yes, and items in the room.
Other questions, Your Honor?
No, Your Honor, and I'd ask that he be excused.
Any objection to him being excused?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your testimony. You're excused, but I do admonish you that you're not to discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a potential witness in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, would you like these up here, or should I take them down?
No, we'll take those back.
Yep, just leave them there at this point. I'll let Ms. Lawyer get any exhibits that need to be removed. And the state's next witness.
Derek Hill.
Please come forward and be sworn in, then you'll just take a seat at the witness stand.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And Ms. Lawyer, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state your name and occupation, please?
My name is Derek Hill. I'm a special agent, certified fire investigator with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, or more commonly known as ATF.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been employed with ATF since September of 2001, and more specifically, my sole mission within ATF as investigating fire and explosion incidents has been since 2010.
Where did you work prior to that?
Prior to that, I worked approximately 1 year with the North Dakota Bureau of Criminal Investigation out of the Fargo office. And then prior to that, I worked approximately 3 years as part of a multi-county drug enforcement task force out of Valley City, North Dakota.
What sort of training or education do you have to do the job you do now?
So currently I have a 4-year degree from Jamestown College in criminal justice. Following that, when I was hired, I attended the North Dakota Law Enforcement Training Academy for their basic law enforcement program. When I was hired by ATF, I ended up attending a longer duration training academy in Georgia, followed by what we refer to as an add-on course for ATF. And so in total, I have approximately probably around 5,000 hours of training in law enforcement, and approximately 2,500 of those hours are in specific to fire and explosion investigations.
Did you prepare a summary of your training?
Yes, I did.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may approach, and for your witness, you don't need to ask. Just go ahead and approach if needed.
I handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a CV that it kind of spells out my education, training, and background over the course of my law enforcement career. And this one is dated January 11th, 2021.
And is that accurate as of that date?
As of that date, that was accurate, yes.
Okay. I would offer State's Exhibit 6, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit 6 is received.
So how did you become involved in this case?
In this particular matter, I was contacted by Deputy State Fire Marshal Levi Rolene on January 2nd. he was assigned to the Bismarck area, and we worked together. And so he had contacted me, explaining that they had a fatal fire, is how he described it, and if I was available to come up and assist him with the investigation.
So did you respond that evening?
Yes, I did.
Was that all the information you were provided, just that it was a fatal fire?
At that time, yes.
So what did you observe when you first got to the residence?
So when I first got there, nobody was inside the residence. Law enforcement, some firefighters, and Mr. Rolene were waiting outside of the residence. I believe at the time Burley County was securing a search warrant to make entry back into the residence and continue with the investigation.
So what did you do while you waited?
While we waited, we just kind of got some basic facts about what the house looked like, looked around the exterior a little bit, and then it wasn't too long after I got there that they had secured entry into it. And so once that was done, then we started our examination of the scene.
So what did you do first?
First, I would walk around the exterior just looking for any noticeable signs of fire. Photographs were taken by Deputy Fire Marshal Rolene at the time. The decision was made that to kind of better get the scene captured is I ran what we refer to as a laser scanner inside of the residence prior to any excavation or investigation occurring inside, so we could document how things were prior to removal of the body and anything else that may occur.
And how are you able to do those scans? What's the process?
So for us, the Leica scanner is, the one we have is a little bit bigger than a water bottle, and it attaches to a tripod. And what it does is we'll set it in an area, and we set it to scan. And what it's doing is it's taking 360 pictures, but it's also emitting a laser that is being sent out from the scanner. And then what it's doing is bouncing off objects and coming back to the scanner. And it kind of calculates how long that took for that laser beam to come back, and it ultimately creates a virtual environment. It's creating a 3D scan of the environment of wherever we're scanning. And so with the particular system I have an iPad in my hand, and as a scan completes, it's popping up a 3D image on the iPad, which does a photo overlay of it, so you can see kind of in real time if you're capturing all the data, and also if there's areas that you need to maybe go back and collect so you get more overlap.
And you did this before anything was removed from the residence or the body was taken out of the residence?
That is correct.
What areas of the house did you scan?
So I primarily just scanned I'm going to refer to it as the master bedroom, but the bedroom where the victim was found, and just out into the hallway. The reason I didn't do the whole residence is the scanner I have takes a little bit longer to scan rooms, and I knew that at that time I believe there had been discussion about the North Dakota Bureau of Criminal Investigation potentially coming in a little bit later with a larger, faster scan, and so we just kind of covered that immediate area that was of the most importance at the time.
Did someone eventually from BCI come in with the bigger, better scanner?
Yes, Scott Kraft, he's an agent with the North Dakota BCI. He came in with a larger scanner and did the remainder of the residence.
And are you familiar with the scanner that he uses?
Yes.
Does it work the same way that you described yours does?
It does. It's just faster and fancier.
Okay. And with that information that was obtained from your scanner and his scanner, were floor plans able to be made of that residence?
Yes, because we both use the same technology per se, and we use the same company, our software is the same, and so the scan that I prepared and produced that night, I was able to hand off to Agent Kraft, and he's able to incorporate it into the scans that he took later to create kind of one final project of the floor plan of the house and what it looked like.
So he did, or did he do the rest of the house then with his scanner?
Yes, he did.
Were you able to see the drawings or the floor plan that came from those scans that were made by you and by him?
Yes, I was.
And did they appear to be accurate to what you saw in the house and what you took with your scanner?
Yes.
just handed you what's been marked as States Exhibits 7 and 8. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And are those the floor plans that were created with the scans taken by you and Special Agent Kraft?
Yes.
Are they accurate, or a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of the house at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Burley County?
Yes, they are.
I don't know if you've seen these yet. I handed you blown up versions of States Exhibit 7 and 8. Are those accurate to the paper documents that I handed you of 7 and 8?
Yes, they are.
I would offer States 7 and 8 at this time, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibits 7 and 8 were received.
So you said that the scans were taken before anything was moved. So in this States Exhibit number 7, which is the floor plan of, it says the main area of the house or the upstairs of the house, the location where it says location of Chad Entzel, firearm on bed, and propane tank, the location of those objects was taken from the scans that were taken from the room?
That's correct.
When you were in the bedroom, was there anything else that you noticed that stood out for your fire investigation in that bedroom?
Well, when I went into the bedroom, I paid attention and was looking at some kind of unique damage that was in the bedroom. There was a gun on the bed. There was a bottle laying on the bed, and however, a victim was lying over, if I'm using my directions right, I believe he was on the east side of the bed on the floor. In the realm of the fire investigation, briefly just kind of explain to you, when a fire originates in a room like this, it's, if you can kind of visualize like an upside, like a bathtub up on the ceiling, water's going to hit it, it's going to spread across the ceiling, and then it's going to kind of slowly bank down like you would with a water filling up a bathtub. And so in this particular instance, there was heavy soot deposits throughout the bedroom, and localized burning. And when I say localized burning, I'm meaning there wasn't like uniform burning to the bed. There was heavy burning at the north end of the bed where one would assume pillows would have been, or someone would have been lying, and then it went up the wall. And so at this point, I was just kind of making some mental notes and taking a look at some of the difference in damage in that room, and how the room felt really warm, yet the fire scene kind of appeared to me to be what I would refer to as a cold scene, in that I believe the fire had kind of snuffed itself out without any kind of suppression activities from the fire department.
Did there appear to have been any fire suppression activities in that bedroom?
There was not.
So what is it meant by finding the origin of a fire?
So when a fire occurs, let me back up a minute. When fire investigators follow what we refer to as the National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA 921, it's a guide to fire and explosion investigations that lays out kind of the process for going into a fire and determining how it started. The first step is you recognize the need. In this case, there was a fire. You define the problem as the next step, which is, in this case, we have a fire. Now we need to try to figure out how that fire started. We can then collect data. We analyze that data. And from that data collection and analysis, we then try to come up with some different scenarios or hypotheses on how these fires may have occurred. We then test either of those hypotheses, either physically, through testing, cognitively testing, and then analyze those. And then once we're done, we select a final hypothesis. And so when we discuss determining the origin of a fire, what we are trying to identify or find is a specific area or location where that fire originated, and then what brought the circumstances together to cause that fire to start.
And is that the cause then?
Yes, the cause would be what are those circumstances that came together to cause that fire to initiate.
Are there certain categories that you can classify cause into?
Yes, there are.
And what are those?
So there are 4 categories that a fire can be classified in. We have natural, which are fires that are the result of, say, a lightning strike or some factor of nature that occurred. We have accidental fires, which is like it sounds. You have an accident that occurred, whether it be an electrical accident, somebody misusing an item or an appliance that causes a fire. We have undetermined, which means when you look back at what I kind of described in this, what I refer to as a scientific method, where the steps of a fire investigation, if you have 2 kind of hypotheses or theories that are competing with each other and you can't decide on one or the other, or one just refutes the other, you're left with an undetermined fire where, hey, these are the facts of the case, but I'm not sure how this fire started. And then we have what we refer to as incendiary fire, which is the non-legal definition, but it's incendiary fire is a fire basically occurring in a place and in a time when it shouldn't have occurred.
So what do you do then when you're starting an investigation into origin and cause of fire?
So typically what we'll do is we'll start on the exterior, and that's what we did in this. We'll walk around the exterior. What we're looking for is anything that's out of place, any signs of fire department suppression activities, if there's any noticeable fire or smoke extension on the exterior. We will look at the service entrance, and what I mean by service entrance is where utilities enter into the house, such as, in this case, there was a propane tank. We'll also look at the electrical service entrance. And the reason we do that is we're just looking to make sure that there wasn't an event that occurred on the exterior of the structure that would have caused the fire to or show on the inside of it. And so in these cases, we're doing that. We're ruling out the service entrance, and then we just continue to go around the residence, documenting it, and before we make our way to the interior.
Are photographs taken when you do that?
Yes, they are.
And in this case, who was listed as who was designated as the primary investigator of this fire?
The primary investigator for this was Deputy Fire Marshal Levi Rowley.
And who took the photographs in this case?
Deputy Fire Marshal Rowley did.
But were you with him and observed all the photographs that he had taken, or the locations of the photographs he had taken?
Yes, I was.
I provided you with States Exhibits 9 through 32. Did you have an opportunity to review those?
Yes, I did.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on January 2nd at the residence?
Yes, it is.
I would offer States Exhibits 9 through 32, Your Honor.
No objection. Exhibits 9 through 32 are received.
And I'd request to publish them at this time.
You may.
States Exhibit number 9, can you describe what portion of the house we're looking at here?
This is what I would, east side or the front of the residence would be the description I would give for this.
So the door to the right side of that photograph, what does that door lead to?
That door leads into the garage.
In State's Exhibit number 10, what are we looking at here?
Again, we're just moving a little bit to the north, but we have the three-car garage. The door that we saw previously is kind of to your left in that photo. So we're looking at the northeast corner of the residence, and then obviously we're looking at, in this picture you can see a surveillance camera up at the soffit as well.
Was there anything that you made note of about this side of the house from the exterior?
No, there was nothing that seemed out of place as far as this side of the residence.
State's Exhibit number 11, which side of the residence is this?
This side is the north side. Again, we're just looking at the north exterior wall of the garage.
Anything regarding this side of the residence that stood out in your investigation?
No.
State's Exhibit 12.
At 12, we're looking at the northwest corner of the garage, kind of looking back towards the main, I would term it as residential portion of the structure. Again, nothing was out of place with what we saw in this photo as well.
In State's Exhibit 13, which portion of the house is this?
So this would be the west exterior. This picture, again, we're showing nothing really noticeable out of these. Some of the windows, I believe, have been opened by fire department personnel to try to clear some of the smoke out. But we're also looking at the air conditioning unit on this side, as well as to the north a little bit. You have a secondary regulator for the propane tank that shows in the photo. And again, there was nothing on this exterior side that was related to the fire.
State's Exhibit number 14. What's this?
This is going to be the south side of the residence, and so we've just about completed a full 360 around it. There's a lower door for that portion of the residence that entered into, I guess it's on grade basement with a grade, but it's a basement walk-through door that entered into an area that wasn't really finished and contained like a furnace and some other stuff.
So that's on the lower level of the house and not the house not the level of the house that's displayed in State's Exhibit number 7, which is up on the easel?
That's correct.
Okay. And anything on this side of the home that factored into your investigation?
No.
In State's Exhibit number 15, what's this?
Well, it looks like you got me in a picture, but that's the interior of the garage and what it looked like. He's taken that picture from the doorway that was in one of the first pictures, and he's kind of looking to the northwest into the garage.
So that's that walk-in doorway that we saw?
That's correct.
In that earlier picture, which would be State's Exhibit number 9?
Right.
Was there anything that was noticed in the garage that factored into the fire investigation?
There's nothing that I recalled or noticed in the garage that seemed out of place or related to the fire.
What is State's Exhibit number 16?
So now we're kind of standing in the middle of the garage looking more to the southwest. Those are the stairs or steps in the garage that led up to a door that separated the garage from the living space. At this point, we start noticing more soot buildup on the interior side of that door that's propped open. You can see, and so just by virtue of what we saw in the garage, there was no evidence of fire causation or starting in the garage, but because of the buildup of soot on the interior side, we know we had an event occurring on the interior at this point.
No, I'm not sure if it's because of the soot or not, but it looks like there's almost like a window in that door and the bottom part of it is darker. Can you explain what that is?
Without knowing, there's just, if I remember right, there was a screen over it, and so it might have just been the screen that's darker and the screen surface, so the soot will kind of attach to it more than it will the window material.
So that's like a standard outside door with a window with a screen that can be
correct
opened or closed. Okay. State's Exhibit number 17. What are we looking at here?
So now we're at the top of that stairs. You can see the door on your right, and we're basically looking into the hallway that leads into. There'll be like a washer and dryer in there, and then you can turn off and go left into a kitchen or a living room once you hit that end wall, or you can or turn right and go where there's a washer and dryer.
Was there anything in this entryway that suggested that there was a fire burning in that area?
No, there was heavy soot deposits throughout the house, which wasn't really have anything to do with fire causation. In my mind, the heavy amount of soot deposits in there was more indicative of a fire that had been kind of starving for oxygen. For example, when the fire, let's say even in the bedroom, the fire starts in the bedroom, it's going to start using up its own oxygen in there, and so it starts just kind of puffing out, I'm going to say dirtier air, but that's kind of the lay way to put it. And so when you start getting heavy soot deposits, it's just indicative of a fire that's kind of underventilated.
Is that the same as the fire going out too? Does it
Ultimately, if
reduce
it does not receive a source of fresh air or oxygen, then a fire will just kind of snuff itself out.
State's Exhibit number 18, what are we looking at here?
So these are the washer and dryers that were there. Again, you can kind of see a heavy layer of soot deposits on the top horizontal surfaces of it. In that photo, you can also see the plug in the back. Again, when we looked at that, this was just, there was nothing related to fire causation in this particular area with these appliances.
State's Exhibit number 19, what are we looking at here?
So now we've kind of continued through that little mudroom area where now we're looking to the west or to the east, and this would be the kitchen area. It's kind of hard to see, but all your vertical surfaces, including the floor, have a heavy layer of soot on it.
It looks like that island in the middle of the kitchen, it's got a white ring around it and it looks black on top.
Correct.
Is the black the soot deposit you're talking about?
It is, yes.
State's Exhibit, number 20. What are we looking at there?
So this is if you continued past, through the mudroom and you continued past where you could turn and go into the kitchen. You're kind of at a point now where you can turn right and go down a hallway towards the bedrooms, or you can go left into, I would refer to it as a living room area. And so this is just a picture looking into the living room.
Anything in this area of the house that indicated a fire was burning there?
No, nothing in this area was indicative of a fire burning. Again, we just have heavy soot deposits over most of the surfaces.
And State's Exhibit number 21.
21 is looking back towards the bedrooms now. Again, there's a couch on the left. You can see the soot deposits on the floor. Like the other portions of the house, there was no evidence of a fire causation in this area, just heavy soot deposits.
And in looking at State's Exhibit number 21 and comparing it with State's Exhibit number 7, would that be the lower left portion of the main area, just below where it says to basement?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 22, what are we looking at here?
22, we're looking at moving down the hallway. This would be one of the bedrooms. And again, looking at it, we're trying to start to look now, when we're looking at fire investigations, we're kind of working from areas, in this case, where there's least amount of damage to areas where we start coming across heavier fire damage. And so we're moving down the hallway, kind of documenting each bedroom, each room as we go along. And so this is just another bedroom that would have been located on the south side of the hallway. Again, there was no evidence of a fire originating in here. We have heavy soot deposits, again, all over the floor and on most horizontal surfaces.
And on State's Exhibit number 7, can you point out on that diagram which room we're looking at in State's Exhibit number 22?
So we would be looking at, if you're coming out of the living room, it's going to be your first door on the left.
So it'd be the room with the, looks like a gray bed in it?
Just a gray bed in it, yeah.
And State's Exhibit number 23, what is this?
That's just, I believe that's the same room, it's just another angle of it, showing the other corner. And again, no evidence of fire causation or starting in there.
State's Exhibit number 24, which room is this?
24 is going to be a bathroom that I believe is located kind of direct, almost across the hall from the last bedroom. Again, when we're looking at this, we're still just getting soot deposits, but no evidence of a fire starting in there. And so it's just, we're documenting it.
State's Exhibit number 25, which room is this?
25, we're going to be now up in the upper left-hand corner of the diagram that's there. Another bedroom, we have a little bit more soot deposits across the ceiling in this particular room when compared to others. But again, there's no evidence of a fire starting or originating in this room.
I do see a lot of footprints or shoe prints in that room. So was there any concern about the fact that firefighters had gone through, deputies may have gone through, that people had been through the residence at that time?
No, not at that point or at any time during it, because I do know that the firefighters originally gone in and were looking for any victims that could have been in there. And so the fact that we see footprints or boot prints in the soot, just the fire had already occurred in those particular places, and it was just a transfer to their boots as they walked through it.
So that wasn't an issue with your investigation?
It was not.
All right. State's Exhibit number 26, what are we looking at here?
26, we are now standing in the hallway and looking into the bedroom that's identified in the map as the location of Chad Entzel. We're standing in the doorway, looking in, and now we're starting to pick up, some actual heavy, I wouldn't consider heavy, but fire damage along that north interior wall of the bedroom with the victim's body on the floor.
And there is an object that's kind of right into that bedroom door. Do you know what that object is?
There's a propane cylinder on the ground, on the floor there, that had a heater attached to it, and so that was in place there. I think it had been moved slightly by firefighters just as they turned it off upon when they entered into it and found that it was on.
State's Exhibit number 27, what are we looking at here?
So this particular photo is taken from, I would say, the southwest corner of the bedroom. We're looking back over the bed towards the bed itself. Mr. Entzel would be on the far side of the bed on the floor, and then that entryway led into what I would consider a master bathroom.
So his body was found then in between that bed and the entrance to the bathroom?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit number 28, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo taken from the entryway of the bedroom into the master bath. Again, heavier soot deposits in this, but no evidence of a fire originating in the bathroom.
State's Exhibit number 29, what room are we looking at here?
This photo, I'm not certain which room it is.
Did you go into the basement at all?
Yeah, I was in the basement. There was a room down in the basement that off of the lower level, I believe. Yeah, it had its own entry down in the basement, or not entry from the inside, interior entry to it.
So looking at State's Exhibit number 8, which is the floor plan for the basement, do you see that room on that floor plan?
Yes, I do.
And where is that?
That room was located in the basement in what would have been, I'm trying to remember the corner, maybe the south, I can't remember which corner it was, but it had its own door to it, and there was no evidence of a fire down there whatsoever.
So on State's Exhibit number 8, which is the floor plan for the basement, would that be that bottom left room then?
Yes, it would.
State's Exhibit number 30, which portion are we looking at here?
So we're looking into another portion of the basement. Again, you can see heavy soot deposits on the floor here in the basement, but there is no evidence in this particular portion of the lower level of fire starting or originating in that area.
How about State's Exhibit number 31? What are we looking at here?
So 31 is a American Standard gas furnace that is in a vertical setup, and what we're looking at here is the cover removed off it, and we have some localized fire damage on top of that furnace that led up to the melting of a PVC pipe, and in all likelihood was the reason behind all the soot deposits that were in that basement area.
Do you know who removed the cover?
I do not. I believe the cover was off when we got down there for the original photos.
Did it appear to you that the cover may have fallen off as a result of the fire of the furnace?
No, it looked like it had been moved and put to the side.
And can you point out on that picture if you see the cover of the furnace?
Sure, the cover is going to be To the left, you can see a blue label on the bottom of the cover. That's consistent. That's an American Standard label that goes on their furnaces, and so that would attach up above that plate, that lower cover that's on it.
So when you're looking at the furnace and it's got all the white stickers on the bottom, are you talking about the object to the right of that with the blue line on the bottom?
That is correct.
Okay. In State's Exhibit number 32, what are we looking at here?
So here we are looking at a pattern on the carpet that is a result of, it's what it looked like after the body of Chad Entzel was removed from it. What that's showing is some areas of protection on the carpet, meaning that the body was there prior to the fire starting, because had the body not been there, then the carpet would have had soot on it like it did everywhere else. But the fact that the body left that pattern is consistent with the body having been on that floor prior to the fire igniting, and then the byproducts of the fire, the smoke, the soot, coming down onto the surfaces.
There's also kind of a lighter colored circle to the left of that body outline. Do you recall what was there?
That was the base for the 20-pound propane cylinder that had a heater attached to the top of it.
And then it looks like there's some white lines to the left of that circle. Do you know what those are from?
Those were from there was like a dresser on the end of the bed that was moved to help facilitate removing the body from the scene.
Was any of that helpful to you in your investigation?
As far as a timeline, it was, in that the fact that we have that pattern around the victim's body on the floor meant that he had been in that position prior to the fire starting, and that body was removed from a shotgun that was found on the bed. And based on the patterns that the shotgun left, we know the shotgun was on the bed prior to the fire originating as well. And so when we were looking at the damage in that room, the heaviest damage was to I'm going to call it the head side of the bed, or the north end of the bed, where you would expect to see pillows. So a lot of that damage could be as a result of a larger fuel load, such as the pillows. But the spotty nature of the burning was a little interesting, and had the potential indicators of maybe an ignitable liquid having been put on the bed and potentially on the floor to help accelerate a fire.
And what do you mean by ignitable liquid? What are you talking
So
about?
an ignitable liquid, like lighter fluid for use for charcoal grills, gasoline, just anything that will help accelerate a fire. And in this case, the other issue, or not issue, but we noticed with this fire, is the fact that I believe the door was probably closed or barely open when this original fire took place in the bedroom, because it appears as though the fire had put itself out. So when a fire originates, let's say in this bedroom on a mattress, it's going to bank down from the ceiling, and eventually it's going to use up all the oxygen that room has to offer, and that's when you'll have a fire burn out. So just because you have a fuel in there in the form of a mattress with bedding on it, does not necessarily mean that fire is just going to kind of rage on and continue to burn. It still needs a sufficient supply of oxygen in order for that fire to sustain. And if it doesn't, you end up with what we see here, where this scene is fairly well preserved from a fire standpoint, because it couldn't burn any longer.
So if the fire was burning in that bedroom and the door was closed, how do you account for all the soot throughout the rest of the house?
Well, I think the door was probably open a little bit, allowing some of it to escape. Then the other, if it's escaping, you also have, in the furnace sense, you have return air vents that are allowing fresh air to go back to your furnace. And then your furnace is heating it, depending on the time of the year, and it's pushing it out through the system. And so there's a chance that it's drawing in this sooty air through the return air vent, and then it's spreading it out to other portions of the house through the furnace itself. Again, or if you have a fire burning down at the furnace, again, that's going to be pulling in some of that air as well. But more than likely, it's just using that dirty air, when I use the term dirty, that soot air up on the main level, and kind of recycling it.
As you were walking through the house, did you notice temperature differences depending on which room you were in?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
Well, I noticed that the bedroom where Mr. Entzel was found was considerably warmer than any other place in the house. I mean, it was warm in there, but it felt more like the warmth was more due to like a heater versus an actual fire conditions. I've been in fires post-fire scenes with larger departments around the United States where you're in there shortly after the fire and you're dealing with heat, but you also have a lot of smoke going with that heat because they're waiting to overhaul to stop the fire. And in this case, there wasn't hardly any smoke we were dealing with in there, but it was warm. And it's my opinion is from the buildup of that heater.
Do you know if anybody took temperature readings throughout the residence? Is that something that's done?
I'm not sure if anybody took. I did. The scanner I have has a thermal reading on it, and so it'll paint it in colors if there's like heat signatures in there. And I'm able to look at that on the iPad as it takes it. And the only place that I had showed a little bit of a heat signature was in the upper layer of a closet in that room. And that's just consistent with the heat being trapped in that closet and not, heat rises so it's not able to get out of there. But the bed and everything else in that room looked cool, I guess is how I can best describe it.
During your investigation, did you take a closer look at Chad's body to see if there were any injuries or anything like that?
Yes, I did.
And why would you do that?
I've had with ATF, I've worked a lot of places for fires and come across a lot of fatal fires, and so we're familiar with work, and I've been part of training where we've done testing on cadavers for fire scenes, and that includes with trauma to these cadavers. And so I just took a closer look at it because it wasn't making a lot of sense on why he was on the floor and with a gun on the bed. And so I'm looking for any obvious signs of trauma or anything that maybe would help tell the story on why an individual doesn't escape a fire. And that's what we do on most fatals, if not all of them, where the body's still in place, is we're trying to wrap our head around why didn't this individual escape the fire.
And what did you see when you looked at his body?
In looking at him, I remember seeing that there was trauma, and it looked like two different areas of trauma to Mr. Entzel that didn't make sense and seemed out of place. And so at that point, there was a coroner on scene, and then that's when they were making the decision that an autopsy would be conducted. Why
didn't it make sense?
It didn't make sense because there had been some talk given to us that they made some accusations about a potential suicide. I believe Ms. Entzel had made those. And so looking at it, it did not fit. And I've worked suicides before, and it did not fit the scenario of a suicide, especially when to me it looked like two different tracks of a wound. And so I was struggling to see how that could have been a suicide.
So you said the coroner kind of took over from there regarding that portion of the investigation?
The coroner took over as far as what was going to happen with the body and making arrangements for an autopsy to occur.
So based on what you saw at the scene, what information were you able to determine about the fire?
So based on what we saw at the scene, I was very comfortable with the fact that we had two separate, distinct areas of origin. And when I say that, we have two different places in the house where a fire started, and that those fires did not communicate with each other. And so when you have non-communicating fires, you essentially have two different areas of origin where I believe the fires were intentionally set. One of the area of origins was the main master bedroom, and the area of origin was on the mattress, and I believe there potentially were attempts to ignite a fire around the body. And I think people believe that the bodies are a good fuel, but we've done testing where even if a body has an ignitable liquid put on it, the ignitable liquid kind of protects the body. It forms a barrier because it's only the vapors above that ignitable liquid that is burning. And so once those, regardless, especially if they're not wearing clothes, if they're naked, if there's no secondary fuel for that fire to ignite, then those vapors are going to burn off and the fire will go out on a body. But there's damage along that side of the bed where the body was found that would be consistent with the vapors igniting or that side of the bed burning, and then the top of the mattress and the bedding burning as well. And so I do know that ultimately samples were taken, but that was the first area of origin, and I classified that fire as incendiary, meaning that it was intentionally set.
You said that these two fires, and the one in the basement on the furnace and the one in the master bedroom on the bed, were not communicating? What do you mean by that?
So sometimes you can get a fire that, let's say, starts in this master bedroom, and not in this case, not very would it go down to the basement, but it can start in a master bedroom, and then depending if there's a window open or something in another part of the residence, you know, that fire is going to want to try to find some oxygen, and so you may get burning here, and you may get burning in another portion of the house where it looks like you have two distinct areas of origin, but in fact what you have is one fire that's kind of migrating, and then it causes this damage that you see in the other room. But in this case, we have a fire in the basement, and then we have a fire up on the main level, and there was no communication. There was like no continuous path of fire between those two locations. And another factor is that I believe that master bedroom fire was a cold scene and that it had burned itself out. However, in talking to firefighters, we know that they had a small amount of active fire down at the furnace. And so you kind of have two different sets of data supporting one fire having been set previously and possibly another one maybe later.
What sort of experience do you have with furnaces starting on fire?
They can cause fires. There's no doubt about that. But what we look at in a furnace fire is a lot of times the fire will occur because people aren't cleaning out the filter for it. And so that causes it to plug, and it causes the blower motor to have to work harder trying to pull air because it's trying to get to what the thermostat has it set for. And so if you have a plugged filter, that could potentially be an issue where your motor burns out, and then maybe you have a big lint buildup in the furnace. Another common theme with furnace fires is people have combustibles packed really close to it, and you're supposed to have like a 3-foot gap around them. With the way this furnace was orientated is the cold air return was at the bottom of the furnace. So if we were looking at it, it'd be coming in the lower right side where it goes through the blower motor. It goes up through the furnace where the gas is feeding a couple of burners, and then the burners are heating it to what temperature it's set for on the thermostat, and then it's pushing it out into the rest of the house. And so looking at the furnace, we're looking at the burners. There's a burn box there. We're looking at the wiring in case we have a loose connection that maybe contributed to it. And then we're looking at the filter in this case. And looking at the filter had some light soot on it, but as far as being plugged, it wasn't clogged by any means. Next, we look at the wiring. And in this case, all the wiring still had its insulation on it, so it's rubber coating on it to protect it. That's not something you would see if you have a fire originating within the housing of the furnace. And then we get up to the burner, obviously, which is in this case, it's at the top of it in the burn box. And there was a little bit of heat or dripping, it actually looked like, that came down and landed on top of the gas control valve that's in there. It's got a gas control valve at the top of it with a manual shutoff. And there was some damage to the top of it, but in looking at it, it's not a good combustible. It's not really a combustible material. It's more of something was running down or dripped down from the top of it and then caused that damage. And so the majority of damage that we found on this furnace was actually on the exterior on top of where the burners were housed. And there was some material there, and then you had some melted PVC that had dripped down as well. But I do know that there were samples of that were collected as well.
Ms. Lawyer, we're close to noon. I just want you to let me know when it's a good time to break. So you can, follow up a little bit if you need, but we should break in the near future.
Yep, I'll have a couple more questions and then we'll have a good break.
Okay.
So after you had examined the furnace, what conclusion did you come to regarding the cause of that fire?
It was my conclusion that the furnace did not play any part in the fire occurring down in that basement, and that materials were added to the top of that furnace and then subsequently set on fire.
Now would be a good break, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, thank you. We're going to take a break.
You are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide, so that members of the jury have time to have lunch. We will break till 1:30, but please be back about 1:20 so everyone's ready to come in by 1:30. So the bailiffs can take the jury out. I'll remain for a minute in case there's anything the parties need to bring up. Thank you. Please be seated. I just want to make sure that neither counsel has anything we need to bring before we break.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. We'll please be back by about 1:20 so we're all ready to start at 1:30. Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. It's 1:30 p.m. We're going back on the record in State v. Nikki Entzel, case number 08-2020 CR 78. We just had a break for lunch. Hope everyone had a good lunch. All the members of the jury are present and in the courtroom. Ms. Nikki Entzel is present, as is her attorney Thomas Glass and attorney Julie Lawyer representing the state. Mr. Derek Hill is on the stand. Sir, you continue to be under oath, and Ms. Lawyer may proceed with her direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. So after you finished your fire investigation, what was the next thing you did in this investigation?
So after we finished the fire scene investigation, continued to provide some assistance to Burley County investigators involving the circumstances that led up to the fire. And in one of those bit of information that came up is that Nikki Entzel had an insurance policy, or taken out an insurance policy through Homesite. And so with that information, then I reached out and contacted Homesite Insurance to check on any policies that were in place.
Were they able to provide you information?
Yes, they were.
And that was required through your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
What kind of information did they provide for you?
So we sent them what we refer to as an arson immunity letter, which when we're dealing with fires that we deem to be either suspicious or incendiary in nature, we'll submit an arson immunity letter to the insurance companies, which, as it sounds, kind of grants them some immunity for turning over information out of the insurance file to us. And typically on some scenes we'll request like any policy changes, any notes, phone calls, photographs that they may have, just kind of a wide array of stuff. And in this particular instance, I believe it was January 9th when I contacted Homesite, and I ended up receiving like a declarations page, a policy, and some notes, and then ultimately received some recorded phone calls.
And all of those records you received, were those kept in the ordinary course of their business?
Yes.
Did you receive anything from Homesite indicating that?
We received a certification from Homesite identifying the documents that were turned over and saying that is items that they keep during their course of business, and provided them to myself.
I've given you documents marked States Exhibit number 33, 34, and 35. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
And number 34 is a DVD, correct?
That is correct.
What is contained on States Exhibit 34, the DVD?
34 contains a phone call that Ms. Entzel placed to Homesite Insurance at the time that she purchased renter's insurance. And then there's another phone call where she's reporting the loss, and then there's another follow-up phone call with Homesite discussing further details about the loss and about receiving funds moving forward.
And States Exhibit number 35 is a transcript from that final phone call with the adjuster, the one with the additional information, correct?
That's correct.
And have you compared that to the recording that you received from Homesite?
Yes, I have.
And is that transcript a fair and accurate transcription of that recording?
Yes, it is.
And States Exhibit number 33, what is that?
So 33 is a certificate of authenticity for the records for their regularly conducted activity, signed by a Homesite Insurance custodian, and it's dated with a notary, and it includes a copy of the Progressive Home Advantage policy underwritten by Homesite Insurance.
And that declaration that was received, that's attached to States Exhibit number 33, that was received for all the records that you got from Homesite, correct?
That's correct.
And is that a true and correct copy of the insurance policy you received from Homesite in States Exhibit 33?
Yes, it is.
I would offer 33, 34, and 35 at this time, Your Honor.
No objection. 33, 34, and 35 are received.
Permission to publish in 33, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Your Honor, IT was on my computer during the break. I have no idea what they did. There we go. Just a moment while I fix my computer. I think it's reading all the screens differently. I'm trying to find my mouse so I can fix it, but I'm not able to. I don't know what to tell you, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Take a minute, see if you can.
Thank you.
Taken care of.
Want me to move it from yours so you can pull it up first?
That might work. Okay, I think I may have it figured out. Do you want to try it? There we go. Thank you. I appreciate that, Your Honor. So we're looking at State's Exhibit number 33 on the screens. And what is this first page again?
This page is a certificate of authenticity for domestic records of regularly conducted activity on behalf of Homesite Insurance.
And page 2. What is page 2?
Page 2 is actually the policy number and declarations page for the policy that Ms. Entzel took out.
And what information can you tell about the policy from page 2 of State's Exhibit 33?
So the policy became effective at 12:01 a.m. or just after midnight on December 27th, 2019. The policy was good for 1 year. The limits of the policy were $20,000 for personal property, $4,000 for loss of use. There's some liability sections in case there was some fault of hers with somebody else being involved in an incident on the property. And then the second page of the policy, or page 3 of this overall, shows a scheduled personal property of $6,860, and that amount was determined after Ms. Entzel had a conversation with Homesite Insurance and gave them the valuation for several items of jewelry that she said she had in her possession prior to the fire.
So the maximum amount of benefit she could receive from this policy in the event of the fire would be what?
I believe it ended up being just shy of maybe $31,000 in that area.
Thank you. Who's listed as the owner of the policy on page 2?
Yep, the owner of the policy is listed as Nikki Entzel at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Bismarck.
And was there anything that you found in the policy or in the records that Homesite sent you where Chad Entzel's name is associated with this insurance policy in any way?
I did not see his name listed on any of it.
Now, you said you had received recordings regarding this insurance purchase and the claim that she had made, correct?
That's correct.
You said the first call was a sales call with Homesite, is that correct?
Yeah, the first call was a sales call. I believe she tried to set something up online first and then ultimately ended up calling for support. And the call where she actually finalized the purchase or the agreement on the new policy was made on December 26th, 2019.
And that would be the first call that's on the DVD, which would be 34A, correct?
Correct.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Progressive Home Advantage under Set Insurance. My name is Joe. How may I help you?
Hi, Joe. My name is Nikki Entzel, and I'm calling to get a quote for renter's insurance. We already have a policy quote for my autos through Progressive, and when I went online to get the quote, they kept thinking it was an apartment building. And there was no option for me to pick, this is a single dwelling or anything else. So I just called in before I got mad.
Yeah, I can understand that. I'd be happy to help you with that quote. Do you have a quote number that starts with the number 5? Are you there?
Like, on the stuff I did online?
Yes.
Hold on.
If you don't have it, what's your phone?
This is my quote number 109-492-559.
What's your full name?
Nikki Entzel. Am I saying Nikki Sue Entzel?
Sorry, so how do you spell your first name?
Nikki.
And then last name?
Entzel.
You live in North Dakota?
Yep.
All right. There we go.
So I've got your property address as 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast, Bismarck, North Dakota, 58503, correct? Your personal property is covered at full replacement cost, which means that we replace old with new. It's covered worldwide, and it includes items such as clothing, electronics, furniture, housewares. So would you say that $20,000 is enough to replace your personal belongings?
I'm going to say I have like $5,000 in just jewelry.
Okay. Now, when it comes to jewelry, there's a limit of payout for theft of jewelry under the standard policy, which is $1,000, but we can increase that coverage for an additional premium. So when you said $5,000, is that because you had the jewelry appraised, or was it purchased recently?
I had my wedding ring appraised, and I had the earrings appraised, and then I've bought other stuff recently, and I have copies of everything because I always go just to one jewelry store. I only buy from one jewelry store, period. Okay. And so I have, all the copies because, we have to keep it in, and then you have to take it in and make sure it's covered through, nothing, as far as gems breaking or anything else or prongs. So I always buy just from one jewelry store. And I have copies of everything.
Are all the appraisals dated within the last 3 years?
Yep.
Perfect.
And I know both for, they said too, even having the receipts and having everything at that store can even be retrieved. Because they asked me before when I looked at getting a quote from you guys, because I ended up going through my work, because they had a program. They said if I have copies of all the receipts and if I buy in one location, they can easily work with one location, one store. And I do. I only buy, they have multiple stores, but I only buy from one store.
And you said it's $5,000?
I'm going to say so because my earrings and my ring alone added together are over $3,000. And that's not including, I have big opal necklaces, and I have, I have two big opal necklaces. I have, my big bands. I have diamonds, encrusted watches and all that.
So we can increase the coverage on the jewelries I mentioned for an additional premium. And for $5,000 in coverage, additional coverage, or how should I say this, an increased limit of liability for jewelry at $5,000, which, by the way, also increases the coverage to include accidental damage and mysterious loss or disappearance. With any covered losses related to the jewelry would not be covered, would not be subject to the policy deductible, which is currently set at $500. So the $20,000 in coverage for personal property also includes $4,000 for loss of use, which covers additional living expenses in case you're displaced from your home due to a covered claim, or in case you and your family are displaced from your home due to a covered claim, such as a fire. $100,000 for personal liability covers you in case you're sued for personal injury or property damage to others. $1,000 for medical payments to others is also included in case of death, hurt on the property or off. And I mentioned the $500 deductible, which applies to all losses with the exception of any covered losses related to the scheduled jewelry. Also, any damage caused by flood disaster, which is outside groundwater coming in, is not covered. Would you be interested in purchasing a separate flood insurance policy for as low as $102 a year?
No.
All right,
if we get flooded here, the whole town's flooded at the highest elevation point in the city.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. And there are some optional coverages you can add for an additional premium as well, and those optional coverages include water backup coverage, all-risk computer protection, identity fraud expense coverage, earthquake coverage, and coverage for libel, slander, and defamation of character. Would you be interested in adding any of those additional coverages to your policy?
Nope.
All right. So with the multi-policy discount, you're saving a total of $49 a year on this policy, and that's in addition to the savings you're going to see on your auto policy, which can be anywhere from 5 to 10%. And your total yearly premium for this policy is $440 even. Now, if you pay for the policy in full up front, you save $33 in processing fees. Or if you prefer to pay on a monthly basis, your down payment today will be $73.04, followed by 11 monthly payments on auto pay of $33.36 plus a $3 monthly processing fee. And you can use a Visa, MasterCard, Discover, American Express, or checking account. So which payment method would you prefer to use to get your policy started?
I need to go get my card. I don't know if by heart.
What's that?
I don't know it by heart.
Oh, that's okay. Also, if you have your auto policy number handy, I could use that as well.
Oh, I get that at 2 seconds. Oh, it's on my phone, duh.
Yeah, your mobile app.
Everything, yeah. I was like, I have to in my car. Let's see. You should give me a couple seconds to load. My auto policy number, are you ready?
Yes.
It's 9239208882.
9239208882, correct?
Yep.
Thank you. Do you receive mail at the property address?
Yes, we do.
Okay. By the way, before we continue, are those appraisals accessible, easily accessible?
I have them in front of me.
Okay. Let's go ahead and add those up very quickly to make sure that I've got enough coverage on here for you.
Okay. One is 1,703.46. One is 1,379.18. And then hold on. I will get the rest out. I just gotta get into it.
Mm-hmm.
One is 803.83. One is.
Oh my gosh, this thing just reset. Sorry.
Let me know if you're. It's okay. Let me know when you're ready.
All right, so 803, and then what were the other two?
803, 1379.18. 1703.46. 295.13. And I'm getting there. See. This one is 568.07. This one is 261.93.
You said 261?
Yep, 93.
Okay.
Oh, that's the way it's at. That's in. Hold on. Maybe that's. I gotta see this. Oh, that's the ones I have final.
Appraisals?
I see it. Another one is for 114. The other one is for 170. There is another one. 378.98. 778.68. And then let me look in this book. Hold on, I got another one. This one is 202.57. This one is two of them for 202.57. I know it was. Me and my daughter got matching earrings.
Oh, okay. So we're at 68.53.
And then that doesn't include, what my Apple Watch would be.
Yeah, unless that's got diamonds or gold on it.
Nope, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's not considered jewelry.
But that's what I have for jewelry.
So I've got 68.50. I'm just going to go 68.60. So then your yearly premium with the discount would be $467 even. And you're saving $52 a year on this policy with the multi-policy discount. That's in addition, of course, to the savings you'll see on your auto policy.
Okay.
And did you want to pay for the policy in full or choose a monthly payment plan?
A monthly payment. I have to go get my I'd be happy to get my first.
Okay, so then your down payment is now $77.49, and then 11 payments of $35.41 on auto pay plus the processing fee.
Will that come out the same day that car comes?
And then we're going to do the 12-month payment plan, right?
Yep.
Okay, and what's the card number?
4342 5760 0369 6174
And the expiration date?
923.
How does your name appear on the card?
It's NIKKI space capital SUE space ENTZEL.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
To complete the authorization of your monthly payment, as mentioned to you previously, this call is being recorded if you wish to continue.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please confirm who I am speaking to.
Entzel.
Thank you. The insured property is located at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast, Bismarck, North Dakota, 58503. You're authorized to set this policy up as an electronic withdrawal on a monthly basis. Your down payment will be deducted from your Visa in the amount of $77.49 with a monthly withdrawal of $35.41. This payment does not include a monthly installment fee. Do you approve of this payment?
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you want to list the landlord on the policy as the additional interest or interested party?
Oh, yeah, hold on, I get it.
Yep.
And then we also have a security system. I don't know if that makes a difference. I know it did with the company I was with before through work.
No, not at this time. Now, if it was a homeowner's policy,
Okay.
then yes, but for renters,
Okay.
there's no.
Okay. It is Rob, ROBB, and it's SATTLER.
S is in Sierra for the last name?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
TLER. And what's his address?
Oh, hold on 2 seconds. I have to look it up. I have it in my driving app. It is 324 Live Oak Lane, and that's Desert, North Dakota.
Five 58503.
Yep.
So in a few moments, I'll give you your policy number.
It's going to come by email too, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say you're also going to receive an email.
And then I can do it from the app?
Well, eventually. Initially, you're going to be creating a new profile and password through our website, which is the home site insurance website. So with this email that you're going to receive in a few moments, it'll say Manage Your Policy Online. So it'll have your new policy number, which is 3672.
Hold on. I'm not ready.
Not a problem. Take your time.
Okay, what is it?
Yep, so it's 3672
Okay.
0453.
Okay.
So in addition to that, it's going to have a link to our website. So when you click on that link, it'll ask you to create a password for your new profile. So as soon as you create that profile with your password, you'll be able to view and download your evidence of insurance. And it's also going to trigger the process of linking this policy with your existing Progressive profile and mobile app. So in about a day or two, you'll receive another email from Progressive Auto, which will say you have new policy documents. It will show your discount and also ask you to verify your new renter's policy number so it can link your policy with your Progressive profile and mobile app. So as far as the appraisals go, would you prefer to email, or sorry, I forget that was taken away. Would you prefer to mail or fax the copies of the appraisals?
I can fax them in.
Okay. So let me know when you're ready to write down the fax number.
Okay, I'm ready.
It is 877 273
Okay.
2984.
Okay.
Again, that's 877-273-2984. So please fax those copies of the appraisals as soon as possible within the next few days to ensure that the jewelry coverage remains on your policy.
Okay. I will give them facts and anything else. I might even run into riddles. I know once before they did an itemized thing for me, and that was a while ago, but they did an itemized thing, and it had everything on it. So appraisals. Yeah, but it broke it all down, and then it gave the great big whatever, and I just sent it in before. It was all on one page instead of, one page for every piece of jewelry.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the important thing is that your name and address appears on the paperwork, whatever, on the document that you send in, that you fax us, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So once again, your policy will become effective at 12:01 a.m. tonight, which will be December the 27th. And you're all set. Anything else that I can help you?
No, that's it.
All right. It's been a pleasure assisting you. Thank you so much for calling. Have a great evening.
You too. Have a good holiday.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right. Bye-bye.
Do you know when that sales call took place?
Just December 26th, 2019.
And then you said that insurance policy shows it took effect on December 27th?
Yep, at 12:01 a.m.
You said the next call on the DVD, which is states exhibit number 34, call 34B, that was a call to notify home site of the claim?
Yep, that was a notification of loss.
Do you know when that call took place?
I believe it was January 3rd that'd be 2020.
Will I be assisting you with a new claim or an existing claim?
New claim?
I'm sorry to hear you've had a loss. I'll be more than happy to assist you with that process. So first, we're going to go over some items on your policy, and that's just simply to be sure that everything is correct and updated. And then I'm going to give you a chance to tell me what has happened. May I please have your policy number?
367 20435.
Thank you for that. And for verification purposes, may you please have first name, last name on the policy, and also the address, please.
It's Nikki Entzel, and the address is 4900.
Hold on just a second. Hold on. I think I wrote it wrong, dear. I think I did. I have 367-20435.
367-20435.
I have Courtney Living and Chad Living.
No.
367-20435, correct? Yeah, double check. I'm wrong. I know I am, but I don't know by how much.
367-20453. I'm sorry.
Oh, 453. Okay, hold on. 453. Okay, you had those two numbers backwards. Got it. All right, let's start this over again. I think this sounds more like it. Okay. One more time, dear. Nikki Entzel, 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast, Bismarck, North Dakota, 58503.
Yeah.
All right. And both the insured address and the mailing address are the same?
Correct.
And let's see, Rob Sattler. Who is that? The landlord. Got it. Okay. Oh, you're renting, dear. Is that what you're doing? Yeah. Okay. And I'm showing here 701-319-0220. Is that correct? Okay. Mm-hmm. Whew. I'm all set. What happened? When did it happen and what happened?
That was my husband last night. The house fire.
You were in a house fire?
My husband.
I'm sorry?
Our home caught on fire.
And
my husband was in there.
You lost your husband, dear?
Yeah, in the house last night. They found him. The firemen did.
Wow, dear. Wow. All right, dear. All right, let's recollect ourselves. Both you and I need to recollect ourselves. All right. Now, when this occurred, did you by any chance already call us yet?
No.
Okay, you haven't called us yet. So this is the first time you're having to deal with this all over again, but now under the insurance portion, correct?
Yeah.
All right, dear. Well, you and I are going to take all the time that we both need, okay?
Okay.
I'm not going to rush you. All right. So how did that occur? What happened?
His work called. Yesterday, he said he was coming to work. And I said I didn't know. I hadn't heard from him. I had a busy day and I couldn't get away. And then I would try to contact him. And so I did. And he didn't answer back. And so when I got off last night, I went home and I opened the garage door. And I got in my car. And they made me through the garage. And they couldn't get in the door because it was hot. I couldn't get in. And it smelled smoky. And I seen the washing machine and dryer was black.
Oh.
And I couldn't get in the door. And so I went straight to my car and called 911 and told them I can't get in the door. And it smells smoky.
Where did you spend the night last night, dear?
At the Staybridge.
Okay.
The Staybridge Suite.
You don't have any family, hon?
Not here. No.
And do people know? Have you called them?
My brother came last night.
Okay, good.
And my mom has been in my boyfriend and they don't know.
Okay. So, do you have a pen and paper on you?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to do things in order. Basically, because you're going through what you're going through, it's like you're having to walk all over again. And I want you to put, number one, I'm going to give you information. It's going to be super basic. We're going to make sure we take care of you. And the first thing that should be in order is to add either your mom or your dad on the policy so that you have someone else to be your brain and your eyes.
My brother.
Your brother, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I want you to write this number down, okay? That's the first thing that needs to happen, the first thing. Because now we need a team to help lift you. You know what I'm saying? And the lifting is only going to be so much. You're still going to feel like you're dragging. And I'm figuratively speaking. So you need the right team. That team should be established with this department. It's called the Solutions Team. And solution is like, I found a solution to your problem. So write down Solutions Team.
Okay.
And that number is 800-466-3748. Okay? So when you and I are done, if you're ready, which I think you are, because you need to keep yourself occupied. The feeling's not going to go away, but the body needs to keep moving, because you don't want to shut down either. You have your support team that's coming to you. Okay? All right, dear. So when you and I are done, if you're ready, you call that number, or if you'd like, I can certainly hang on the line with you to assist you with adding your brother so that there's someone else there that we can communicate with, okay? Because sometimes it's going to be frustrating for you and you're going to be like, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't even want to think about it. Whatever that emotion is going to be, you need your backup, okay? So you let me know at the end of the session. We'll revisit this conversation. All right, let's keep moving forward. Okay, let's see. And from what you remember, or if there was a nice, handsome, older firefighter that approached you and said, okay, these are the damages, was the entire house engulfed, or was it just smoke?
The entire house.
Okay. And they don't know what the cause is as of now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, here's the next thing. I want you to write number 2. Keep all my receipts. That's what you're going to write down. Keep all my receipts. You're displaced. Even if you were displaced, you're not going back there. You can't do that right now. People need to find out and figure out what has happened. And emotionally, you can't be there. That's all there is to it. Right now, you need to be surrounded by nothing but love. Okay. And number 2, you're going to keep the receipt. Ask your brother to see if he can purchase you a yellow envelope. Now that you're not home, you might not be driving farther away from home to go to work, to go wherever it is that you need to. You probably have to fill up your tank more often than what you did before. This is all because of that, okay? It's causing something, loss of use. And you're going to write that down. Coverage. Hold on, let me tell you which one it is before I keep going. Yours is coverage B, like door.
Okay.
You have up to $4,000 to claim loss of use. Well, what does that mean? That means this, and I'm going to read it to you. Reimburses you for living expenses that exceed your normal living costs if you cannot live in your home due to a covered loss. These additional costs may include hotel stays, additional food preparation costs, and other expenses that exceed what you would normally spend if you remained in your home. So did you hear that? Even food. Now you have to eat out. Or, let's say there's a friend that lets you stay there. And you're like, oh, let me buy you groceries. Save that receipt. Save it. Or let's say, instead of groceries, you buy them toiletry stuff like detergent, paper towels. Save that receipt. All right. That's your coverage D. Your deductible, dear, is $500. So what does that mean? That means that we're going to take that $500 deductible up front should you have a settlement payout. And the only reason why I say it that way is because I'm not a licensed adjuster, so I cannot confirm or deny coverages. But I could certainly go over the information you and I are going over right now. I can do that. Okay? If there is a settlement payout, then we take it up front, and then we just give you the remainder. So let's say you did qualify for the, loss of use. You spent $3,500. Well, before we send you the $3,500, we're going to remove $500, and then you'll get the $3,000, the remainder. Okay. Your personal property, that's coverage C, like in cat. Your personal property limit is $20,000. Now, are you a renter?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. So you're not responsible for that dwelling, just to let you know. Okay? That's something that the landlord has to deal with, but because we don't know what has happened, that's something you can discuss with the adjuster. So write it down. If that's something you're concerned about, write it down so that your brother can address it for you. All right. How many rooms does that apartment have, or that house?
3 upstairs and then downstairs.
Okay, so it was 4. How many bathrooms?
2.
I know there was a kitchen. Was there a dining room, living room?
Dining room, living room.
Okay. Did you have a laundry room?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, they great in the entryway.
Oh, okay. What on the what fire department responded?
Bismarck.
Okay.
City and rural.
Okay. All right. Any pets? Is it just gonna be? Is it just gonna be you now?
Just me and my kids.
Okay. How many children?
2 boys.
And how old are they?
18 and 12.
Okay. Okay. And I would need the information of your landlord.
Rob Atlas.
John Atlas?
No, Rob.
Oh,
R-O-B.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Sattler.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Not even a phone number?
I don't have it. I don't have my phone.
Okay. And then maybe you should have one of your sons too, like let them, actually not one of them, but both of them. Just let them know what that envelope is designated for, because they need to keep that stuff too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Make sure that everybody's aware of it. Okay. All right. Oh, actually, 2 adults at 18-year-old and an adult. Okay.
And my oldest is autistic.
I'm sorry?
My oldest is autistic.
Got it. Ah, interesting. Okay. Let me write that down too, because we need to accommodate there. You know, if you need special accommodations, we need to know now. And then, do you have a case manager for your child?
No.
Okay. And let me double check and make sure to see. It looks like you were signed up on our online service. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I signed up online.
Okay, perfect. It looks like I think I'm ready. You and I, we talked a lot. Enough. We talked enough. It was enough information. Because to be quite honest with you, unfortunately, you might have to repeat this over and over. So, right now, I am capturing as much as I can, so you don't need to as much as possible. And when did this occur? Was it yesterday?
Yesterday.
Okay. Are you full-time? Are you fully employed?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know that you might possibly have what you call EAP, Employee Assistance Program? Do you know about that?
I don't know what we have. I know my husband had some stuff to work, and they just talked to me about it.
Okay, good. I want you to write this down. A lot of people don't tell people on that. You're talking to the right person. I've had like a gazillion jobs here, and one of them, I was an Employee Assistance Program representative. And so there were many people that didn't know what that was. And so I discovered, oh, man, a lot of people don't know it, and they need to. Because of what you all are going through, you're going to need some heavy counseling. And Employee Assistance Program is a program that your employer purchases for you as an employee. And you sometimes have allowances of free counseling. So this way you don't immediately take up your allowance for your own, counseling.
Right.
Okay? So it's called EAP, Employee Assistance Program. That's something that I would ask your brother to assist you with as well.
Okay.
Because, and I'm going to be speaking from experience, I didn't go through what you went through, but, when the person's going through it, it seems, so overwhelming. And I'm married, but I'm really not married. And so when I called the Employee Assistance Program, at least to one of our jobs, I got more upset. I was like, you don't understand what I'm going through. Like, you need to. And so it made me think. I was like, oh, I wasn't ready to call. What was my problem? And so sometimes if you get the no, you completely shut down. So I had to give myself a little room to breathe. And I'm like, okay, let's start all over again. And so then when I called back, I was like, oh, I did misunderstand. So just make sure that when your brother calls, that he gets the right information is what I'm trying to tell you. Okay? Okay? And it's free of charge. And once you've exhausted those counseling sessions, however they may be, then you transition into your own counseling sessions and at a discount now because you went through the Employee Assistance Program. Okay? And I'm just still filling out the form. only a few minutes away. Now, what you also need to start doing is sitting down and thinking of the things, the personal property that was damaged. Okay? Okay. You need to make a list of all those things that were damaged. So, what I'm going to read to you is a script that we read for the people that go through theft, and I think it's so easy for people like you who have to go not under theft, but you still have to have that inventory, okay?
Okay.
This is what we tell them that I would like to advise for you to do as well. Begin creating an inventory of the items that includes where and when they were purchased, and roughly how much it cost at the time of purchase. Gather any bills, receipts, or related documents that justify the price in your inventory.
Okay.
The receipt and credit card statements listing the items purchased will be accepted as proof of ownership.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Okay. A couple of more screens and then we're good. Now, Miss Nikki, I have here, I just want to be sure that this email address is still good. nikki898900@yahoo.com.
That's correct.
Okay, 701-319-0220.
Can I give you another number? Because the police department has my phone right now.
Got
the
it.
end of the video. It's 701-460. 6908.
Got it. Yeah, you did mention that earlier. I'm like, oh. Okay. So do you want that one to be the primary right now?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. You got it. Yes. All right. It's officially updated to the 460-6908.
Okay.
All right, and then... All right, dear, I have a claim number.
Oh, hold on 2 seconds. What is it?
253 5272.
Okay.
And right now, I don't have the name of an adjuster because one will be calling you shortly. Okay, that's how fast they work with situations like this. But I'm going to give you an email address where you could start, like, as soon as you get a receipt, and if you're like, you know what, I just want to send it in, I don't even want to worry about it, you can email it at claims@homesite.com. Okay, and reference in the subject line only that 7-digit claim number that I created and nothing else. Okay. All right, and yep, that's it. At this time, like I said, someone will be calling you shortly, and then you could move forward from there. Now,
I'm going to meet the funeral home right now.
okay. No, that's fine. I think you're fine. Now I'm going to go ahead. Hold on. You know what? Let's make it convenient for you, dear. Hold on. All right, dear, I got your back. Is there anything else you need from me or any other questions?
No.
All right, dear. Best of luck. And I guess that's it. That's it for now. I'm trying to think really quick what else I could possibly tell you. But no, you did wonderfully. You did wonderfully. Oh, yes. Now I remember. See what I mean? The solutions team. Don't you forget to call them up to add your brother, okay?
I'll call my sister if I'm taking them home.
You got it. All right, dear.
All right,
Thank you for calling in the home site. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
So you said the third call on the disc is from the adjuster.
That's correct.
And what's the adjuster's role?
So the adjuster, ultimately on behalf of the insurance company, starts looking into kind of some of the details and the facts about what occurred with the loss. So they can make a decision on whether they need to either investigate the claim further or figure out how to start making payments on it if they're going to. Sometimes adjusters will look at it, and especially on fires, and they'll maybe decide that they need to send out a private fire investigator to look at it. Sometimes they'll refer cases to their SIU or Special Investigations Unit that will open investigations into potential insurance fraud. And then they're also kind of the ones that ultimately will get the ball rolling, or so to speak, or give the approval for money to be dispersed.
And do you recall when that call took place?
That call took place on January 7th.
Is Nikki Entzel available?
This is.
Hello, my name is Bobby McMillian. I'm calling with Homesite Insurance. This is regarding regarding the claim that was reported. I'm the adjuster assigned and just wanted to touch base with you, get a little bit more information.
Yes, I was getting ready to call you and figure out what our next steps need to be. I've been looking on my list.
Okay. Yeah.
I went to the house.
I'm sorry.
I went to the house yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And the deputy took me out there. It's burned.
Now, is the house a total loss? Are you able to walk in, or what's the situation?
You can walk in. It's a structure fire. It's the inside of the home. I would say there's layers, and I mean there's still soot falling from the roof.
Did you take any type of photos or anything like that?
I couldn't. I started crying until they brought me back out. Because my husband passed away in the fire.
I see that here, and I do offer my sincere condolences. I am sorry, and I understand that you're dealing with a lot, so I won't take up too much of your time, but did need to get a little bit more information. Now,
the garage, I would say, I mean, the garage you can walk into. I'm going to say if there's anything in the garage, it's going to be more, smoke damage in the garage. But the inside of the home is, I don't know what the basement is like. I couldn't make it that far. The inside of the home, the upstairs is covered in inches of black ash and burnt.
Okay. Does anyone know what might have caused the fire?
they're skeptical if it is the furnace because we were having problems with the furnace. The furnace was not working right. It would light and then it would blow itself out and then it would have problems relighting. We were constantly having people called out to work on the furnace, whether it was, A.K. Thompson or a different company in town, coming out constantly working on it, replacing things in it. And, whenever they would say, they just said, we don't know, this should work. And then next week, no heat again. We're waking up and, the last day I woke up, there was 58 in the house for Christmas.
Oh, wow.
And we had, no heat. And, the furnace it was trying to light and light and light and light and wouldn't light and light. And
Now, were these contracts you obtained yourself, or did your landlord?
Landlord.
Okay. Okay.
Two I called, and then the other one's all he called.
Okay. And do you have anywhere to stay, or did you need a place to stay?
We're in the Scba right now, but me and the boys are. But we're gonna need it. We don't know how you guys did it. I know I talked to a lady down in the front desk, and she gave me her card. She said you guys, she's worked with you guys before. And you guys work really well. So I might have to walk down and get her card. She said you guys usually just contact them. We're at the Scba now until we find a place to stay.
State Bridge Hotel?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so and do you and your children have any type of clothing or anything like that? Were you able to get anything out?
No, nope. Very minimal clothing. It's like what what the kids got for Christmas and what what we've bought.
Okay. And how many children?
2. My oldest is 18, and he's autistic, Marcus, and Christopher's 12.
Okay. So what I can do at this time, so you have a couple of coverages, different coverages that's going to apply to this loss.
Okay.
So you have up to $20,000 of personal property coverage. I can send you a $2,500 advancement at this time for the personal property. In the meantime, if you can, I would need some sort of photos of the damage to see if your item, if anything in the home is even able to be cleaned or anything like that. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to send out a company to take a look at things called Service Master. They won't do any type of work or anything. They're just going to go out to observe, to verify what the full extent of the damage is, and if there's anything that can be saved. If there's anything that can be saved, so how your policy works? Your policy owes to either clean, repair, or replace when necessary. So if there's anything, and it would also cover if any item needed to be discarded or disposed of, that we can cover that as well. So if anything needs to be taken out and disposed of and put in the dump, that we can make arrangements for that as well. But I'll just have them come out and assess everything at this point.
And then my jewelry. Okay, I have my one ring on. My other ring, my wedding band, was in the home because it was just too big. I didn't wear it because I didn't want to lose it. But all my other jewelry was in the home. Would have been in our bedroom. And I have copies of all the receipts. I did go and get that.
Okay. So yeah, we'll send someone out to assess all of that, and again, if it's non-salvageable or can be cleaned or repaired, then we would obviously replace it per your limits.
Okay.
And let's see here.
Then do you need to talk to the hotel people?
Yeah, so getting to that, and I do see that you have scheduled personal property coverage in addition to that that $20,000 limit. So yeah, we'll get someone out there to take a look at things in regards to your personal property. In regards to the hotel, I'm going to assign another company by the name of ALE Solutions. They are going to reach out to you to basically take over billing for the State Bridge Hotel. Now you have up to $4,000 of lodging coverage that would apply to the claim. So we'll have them take over billing, and then we'll extend it out and get more information as far as basically at this point I'm assuming the home isn't going to be available for quite a while. So your limit will probably be reached or exceeded in this matter. So there's a strong possibility when it comes to a hotel, those hotel bills start up. That $4,000 can go pretty quickly. So until we get an idea of how long you'll be out or if you find another place. We will definitely cover the lodging up to your limits or until you find another place.
Okay.
Okay. You have a deductible that applies to the claim, but it may or may not apply depending on the extent of your damages. It's a $500 deductible. So basically, once we get an idea of the extent of your losses and all of that, then we'll address that accordingly. But you wouldn't have to pay anything out of pocket to anyone at this time or anything like that. So Service Master will send them out, and then they'll assess everything. They won't do any type of work. They'll just assess the extent of the damages and what's salvageable, what's non-salvageable, and then we can go from there. And once I get an idea from them as far as the extent of the damages, I'll follow up with you, and then we can, you can make a decision on how you want to proceed. Have you been in contact with your landlord since the loss?
No, I haven't.
Okay. You may want to give them a call. Do you have your landlord's information?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. If you can, I'll need that information as well, because we'll basically.
I can give it to you.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Let me get to it. Hold on. It's Rob, R-O-B, S-A-T-T-L-E-R, and it's 701-220-7628.
Okay. Now, in regards to, I can, again, if needed, I can send that $2,500 advancement to you for emergency purchases.
That would work.
Now, how we send that is we send that by email as far as, so you receive an email that includes a secure link to add to receive funds via direct deposit. So let me just make sure that I have your information. This is a cell phone, correct, that I'm speaking with you on?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And the email address that I have is nikki8989000@yahoo.com. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So you're going to receive an email probably within the next 10 minutes or so. And then, again, it's going to include a secure link. For security purposes, that link is only valid for 5 business days. If you don't see it in your regular inbox, check your spam or your junk folder. And if it's not in there, just give me a call.
Okay, and what's the callback number for you?
My direct number is 801-449-6577.
And what was your first name?
It is Bobby, B-O-B-B-Y.
Okay.
And last name is McMillion, McMillion.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to say, I know you've been taking an inventory of your items.
Yep.
I'm going to send you an inventory form that you need to complete for us because we need a little bit more information, kind of details as far as make, models, brands, how old these items are, and roughly how much they cost. And this is only for items that are non-salvageable. So items that were obviously burnt up, that those items those items need to be replaced. But if there's items that can be cleaned, we need you to hold off on completing that form with those items until Service Master has come out to properly assess what can be cleaned and what cannot.
Okay.
But again, if any item, and when I say clean, if an item is heavily covered in soot or smoke and it cannot be cleaned back to its condition prior to the fire, then it is still deemed as non-salvageable. We would owe to replace it. So, so that when I say clean, it has to be able to be completely cleaned back to its original condition, or we would owe to replace it for your policy.
Okay. And there is a bedroom in the basement, and that would have been Marcus's room, our oldest boy.
Okay. So yeah, Service Master will come on site and they'll do a walkthrough to assess. And if you want to be with them, you can certainly do that. But they'll contact you.
I can't go back out there.
Well, they'll contact you and make arrangements, and then however you want to work it out, that is fine. But they'll make arrangements, and then we'll follow up accordingly.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions for me at all?
Not right now.
Okay. So I'll get things set up moving forward on my end. Any questions? Feel free to give me a call. You'll also receive a second email from me with that inventory form and just kind of a recap of our discussion. But if you have any questions, you can give me a call or send me an email.
Okay.
Okay. Again, my condolences, and we'll try to do everything that we can to get you through this process, as smoothly as we can. I know that you're dealing with a lot right now, so anything that I can help with, feel free to reach out.
All right, thank you so much. Have a good day.
You do the same. Take care.
Bye.
So in the call with the adjuster, he had indicated that a $2,500 advance payment could be made. From the records you got from Homesite, do you know if that payment was made?
Yes, it was.
And he also indicated that another company was going to take over billing for the hotel for the stay bridge. Again, from the records you got from Homesite, do you know if that was done and if there was a payout on that?
There was a third-party ALE Solutions that ended up picking up the billing from Staybridge.
All right. Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. In your previous testimony, before we had lunch break, you had indicated, well, in your report and in your testimony, you indicated that potentially there was an ignitable fluid, and in your report you said could be indicative of an ignitable fluid. You cannot definitively say there wasn't an ignitable fluid that was used?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Why would you use the terms potentially or could be?
Because at the time that I wrote the report, I had not received the lab report back from the state lab, which Deputy Fire Marshal Rolene submitted and ultimately received a laboratory analysis.
Okay. And today you used potentially?
No, today there was an ignitable liquid.
Okay. And were you able to determine what that was?
I believe it came out as a medium petroleum distillate, which could be kerosenes, charcoal lighter fluid. There's kind of a range that they give, but that's probably best left to the chemist to explain that more thoroughly.
Okay. And were you able to determine where that fluid was used?
I believe the samples that Deputy Fire Marshal Rolene came back from the flooring and portions of the floor around the body of Mr. Entzel, as well as up on the bed itself. And I also believe a sample that was taken from on top of the furnace that was in the basement also had the same medium petroleum distillate characteristics to it.
Okay. Does the body, when you're with your experience and your assessment of the scene, does the body look as if it's been moved?
The body had not been moved prior to the fire.
Not from the bed?
I'm sorry, but
Do you think the body was moved from the bed to the floor, or was it, to the best of your knowledge, just on the floor?
well, I believe at some point it was based on other evidence that was found in the fire scene, such as shotgun pellets in the wall above the bed and the location where the body was ultimately recovered.
Did you notice any handprints on the walls in the bedroom?
I did not notice any handprints on the walls. If there were handprints on the walls, they might have been obscured by the soot, or sometimes people just brushing up against their, maybe first responders even, or firefighters would leave some handprints in the soot as well.
That's all I had.
Just one quick follow-up, Your Honor. The firefighters indicated they had turned the power off to the house during the firefighting activities. When you were doing your investigation, had the power been turned back on, or were you using some other alternate light source?
We were using temporary lighting at the time. Once it's tagged out, we usually leave it off and we rely on light stands or whatever we can bring into the scene.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. Can he be released?
I would request that. Thank you.
No objection.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. I just want to remind you that you are not to discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses until the case is concluded. Thank you. We've been going for almost an hour and a half, so we'll take one break and then we'll go for the remainder of the day. So if I'll read the admonition, and then we'll have the bailiffs take the jurors out. Members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. So we'll take a break till 3:05. Re-enters. Thank you. It is 3:06 p.m. We're going back on the record in State v. Entzel, case number 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are present in the courtroom, as is Ms. Entzel and her attorney, Mr. Glass. Ms. Hoyer, representing the state, is also here. Prior to the break, the state finished one of its witnesses. Who would the state be calling next? Good afternoon. Just come up here by this chair, and then we'll have you sworn in. So just right up there.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God? So help me God, yes.
You might need to adjust the microphone, but can you tell us your name?
My name is Deborah Entzel.
And where do you live?
In Lincoln.
Just so make sure, can you pull the microphone a little closer to you?
Oh, okay. How's this?
That's great.
Okay.
How do you know Chad Entzel?
He was my son.
Do you have any other children?
I have a daughter.
And what's her name?
Lori Krause.
Is she older or younger than Chad?
She's younger than he was.
How did they get along growing up?
They were almost inseparable. It seemed like they each one knew what the other was thinking. He taught my daughter how to ride bike, and he was always looking out for her, making sure she was well taken care of, and he was just, like I said, he was just always looking out for her.
And were you married at the time when they were growing up?
Yes.
And where is your husband now?
He passed away from cancer a few years ago, in 2013.
How would you describe Chad?
I know he always had this crazy grin on his face, and he had dimples. Everybody always commented on his dimples. And he seems like he always had a joke to tell me when he saw me. He never failed to call me on my birthday and tease me how old I was getting. Or I remember one time I dyed my hair, and he kind of teased me about the orange in my hair. I don't know. He just always seemed like he was in a good mood all the time.
Would you describe him as having a short temper?
Oh, no. I wouldn't.
Was Chad married?
He was, yeah.
Who was he married to?
Well, his first marriage, can I say her name?
Yes.
Her name was Susie. She was Susie Konitsky.
And when did he marry Susie?
Oh, I don't even remember the exact date anymore, so sorry, I just don't know anymore.
Did you attend that wedding?
Yes.
How long were they married?
I believe 17 years, I believe.
Do you recall when they got divorced?
I don't remember the exact date when they were divorced, but it was a few years ago, so.
Did they live in the Bismarck area when they were married?
Yes.
How often did you see them?
Oh, quite often. For a while there, when we used to live out of town in a small town in Holiday, and when we moved down here, she made it a point to make sure we got together, like on Saturday nights for our family get-togethers for suppers. We would be at either Lori's house or my house or her and Chad's house. And when she was going to school, she would call me up and she'd read me her papers, and we would discuss them, and I would kind of critique them for her. I thought we got along fabulously.
Did you ever see any signs of abuse in their marriage?
No.
Did they have any children?
No, they did not.
Do you know when Chad met the defendant, Nikki Entzel?
That I do not recall.
Do you know how they met?
To my recollection, I believe it was through a friend of Chad's, but I would not swear to that, so I don't really know.
When did you first meet her?
Well, he brought her out to the house for me to meet her. Maybe it was about 6 to 8 months before they were married. I'm sorry I'm so vague on the dates. I just don't know exactly.
What was your impression of her?
When I first met her, she was just really quiet. She didn't say much. So I just wasn't really sure if it was a good thing that he was getting married so quickly after the divorce, but that was just my opinion. So I thought he should have taken some time. But
did she have any children?
Yes.
And how many children did she have?
2 boys.
2 boys?
Yes.
Do you know if she had a daughter?
I did not know that.
What are the boys' names?
Christopher, and I can't even remember the other boy's name anymore.
When did you meet them?
They came out to the house the same day that I met her for the first time.
Do you recall how old they were when you first met them?
Christopher, maybe he was like 10 or so, something like that, 11. I don't.
Okay. Do you recall when Chad and Nikki got married?
I wasn't at the wedding. They got married out in Vegas. So.
Did they live in Bismarck during their marriage?
Yes.
And did you see them together at all during their marriage?
Yes.
How often would you see them?
Every few weeks, I guess.
Did you ever see any signs of abuse in their marriage?
Excuse me. No, I did not.
Did they have any children together?
No.
Did you observe Chad with Nikki's children?
Yes, from time to time, yes.
How was he with her children?
Him and Christopher seemed like they were real pals. They got along really good. They liked the same stuff. They liked to go fishing, and Christopher, he liked race cars, or they just seemed to get along really well. He liked sports. My son loves sports, so they seemed to just go hand in hand. They really liked each other. I think he even called them Dad.
What was your relationship with Nikki like?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I guess. I don't know.
Did she ever talk to you about any problems she and Chad were having?
No, not to me. I think she said that she thought he was drinking a lot, but I never saw any sign of it.
Do you recall when she told you that?
No, I did not.
So you talked about Chad and Christopher having some hobbies in common. What kind of things did Chad like to do?
Oh, he loved to golf. That was his passion. And he did like to fish. And he did throw darts with some guys. And he liked to race cars. That was totally his passion.
When was the last time you saw Chad?
It was shortly before Christmas of 2019. We had gotten together at my daughter's house for early Christmas dinner, or Christmas supper, I should say.
Do you remember what day of the week that was?
It was a Saturday, I believe.
And I think State's Exhibit number 1, there's a calendar up there. Would that help you figure out which day it was? Or don't you recall the exact date?
I don't recall the exact date. I'm thinking it might have been the 21st, but I don't really know. But I know it was a Saturday.
And you said you got together at your daughter's house?
Yes.
Who all came to that celebration?
It was just Chad and Nikki, and her 2 boys were gone already for Christmas vacation, so it was just Lori's family, her and her husband and her 2 boys, myself, and the 2 of them.
Do you know where Nikki's boys were?
I believe they were at their other grandmother's house in South Dakota, I believe.
Did they usually spend their Christmas break down there?
As far as I know, yes.
Was it usual for Nikki and Chad not to go with them?
I'm not sure what you're asking here.
Was it usual for the boys to go spend Christmas with their grandparents and Nikki and Chad stay in Bismarck?
Yes, I believe so.
So do you recall what time Chad arrived at the Christmas party?
I know he arrived before she did. They drove separate vehicles. I think supper was probably around 6 or so, and he was there shortly after that. And then she arrived a while later.
Do you remember when?
Maybe half hour, 45 minutes later.
Did they say why they drove separately?
I believe she wanted to go work out afterwards. I think that's what it was at the time, and she wanted to leave earlier, so.
Did you notice anything unusual about the way they were interacting with each other that day?
I didn't really notice anything. I guess not that I'm aware of.
So what happened after they arrived?
Well, we all sat down to eat, and then it wasn't shortly after we ate that she decided to leave, and Chad stayed and visited a long time.
How long would you say she was there for the Christmas gathering?
Maybe an hour, hour and a half. No longer than 2 hours.
So you said Chad stayed and visited for a while after that?
Quite a while afterwards, yes. I even went home, and I went home earlier maybe, and Laura said he stayed for quite a bit longer just to visit. So it seemed like he just wanted to stay in Gab and visit with his brother-in-law and sister and his 2 nephews.
So you said Nikki had made a comment about how she thought Chad was drinking a lot. Did you ever see Chad drink?
One night I did see him, but he came in the house. They had been out celebrating something, and we were at their house for supper, and he came in and he was all smiles. Must have had a good game or something or whatever, but...
A good game of what?
I think it was darts, but I'm not really sure, so... Or maybe it was a good golf game, I'm not really sure, but he was in a really good mood and smiling and joking with his nephews and Christopher.
Do you know what kind of alcohol he would drink?
I don't know, I guess I never saw him drink.
Now we talked about, I guess, Chad's attitude or his behaviors, but did you ever see him fight?
You mean him and Nikki, you mean?
No, in general.
Go fight with anybody?
Yeah.
Oh, good grief, no.
Did you ever see him act aggressively?
No.
What about when he was a kid and would have a disagreement with his sister?
I don't know, if they had their brother-sister thing, I suppose they probably throw words at each other, but boy, never anything physical. Never. Not that I ever saw.
Did Nikki ever talk to you about Chad being abusive to her?
Not to me, she didn't.
What would you have done if Nikki told you Chad was abusing her?
I would never have believed it.
When were you made aware that Chad had died?
Lori had called, told me she was coming over, that she had to just tell me something, and it was a text, and I texted back, "Is it bad?" She said, "Yes," and then she came over with the chaplain and a police officer.
Did you talk with the deputies after Chad died? Take your time, there's some water up there too if you need it.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm almost done.
Talked a little bit with him at the house, but they called us down to the police station later on in the week, so.
Did they ask you whether or not Chad had been depressed or talking about hurting himself?
No.
Had you ever seen Chad depressed or talking about hurting himself?
No, never.
I handed you State's Exhibit number 36. Do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
Who is that?
It's my son.
Is that how you remember him?
Oh, yeah, it was that quirky grin on his face and his dimples.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You haven't moved to me.
Oh, I would offer, sorry, you're right. I would offer State's Exhibit 36.
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 36 is received and may be published.
That's Chad?
Yes.
Okay. And that's how you remember him?
Oh, always those dimples.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. West.
I got no questions, Your Honor.
I would ask that she be excused from her subpoena, Your Honor.
Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. But
you can leave that up.
yeah, just leave it up there. But I just want you to know you cannot discuss the case with anyone else who might be a witness, okay? Until it's done. Thank you.
State calls Lori Krause.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Could you tell us your name?
Lori Krause,
And where do you live?
Lincoln, North Dakota.
Who do you live with?
My mom, Deb Entzel.
And anybody
and
else
my
live with
husband,
you?
Rick Krause, and my 2 children.
How old are your children?
13 and 10.
How are you related to Chad Entzel?
Chad is my brother.
How did you get along with him growing up?
Actually, pretty good. He's pretty patient.
Did you ever fight with him?
Yes.
How? Verbally or physically?
Oh, verbally.
Okay. Was he ever physical with you?
Never.
How would you describe Chad?
Chad was a really pretty amazing person, actually. He's very happy. Wanted everybody to be happy. Always had good things to say about everybody. We spent a lot of time together as kids. He's 4 years older than me, so he watched me when our parents worked, and we spent a lot of time together, and we did a lot of activities together, and actually got along really well, considering how much time we spent together.
You were pretty close then?
Yeah.
So we heard that Chad was married to Susie first.
Yes.
Do you know Susie?
Yes, I do.
Did you go to that wedding?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when they got married?
Was it 95, somewhere around in there?
How long were they married?
Oh, 15 years, somewhere around there. If I'm in the ballpark, it was quite some time.
Do you recall when they divorced then? What year that would have been?
Oh gosh. Not off the top of my head. Both the boys were born, so I guess I can't remember offhand. I'm sorry.
And did you have a lot of interactions with them while they were married?
Yeah, we did. We spent a lot of time Sunday dinners or birthdays or just a random, hey, let's barbecue. Let's have everybody over, and they were there when my kids were born, and just didn't need a reason to get together, but we got together quite often.
Did you see any signs of abuse within their marriage?
I did not.
Do you know when Chad met Nikki Entzel?
I had heard about her prior to meeting her.
Chad talked to you about her?
She did, or he did.
Do you recall when it was that you met her?
It was after they were engaged. Chad and I randomly met each other in the parking lot and said he was planning on proposing to her, but I did not meet her until after they were engaged.
What was your impression of her?
I guess I didn't know her well enough to make any solid opinions. I knew she had a couple of children, and I had just asked Chad if that's the relationship he wanted to be in, because he wasn't their biological father. It just creates sometimes a new dynamic, and I just wanted to make sure he knew and was aware before they were married. But like I said, I only met her once before I found out they actually got married, so I guess I didn't have too much one way or another of opinion of her.
So you didn't go to that wedding?
I did not.
Did you meet her sons?
After the fact, yes.
Do you know if she had a daughter?
Not that I'm aware of.
How old were her sons when you met them?
One was in high school and one was, I want to say maybe 9 when we met, 8 or 9, somewhere around in there.
And about how old were your boys at that time?
My oldest was the same age as her youngest, and then of course I had a littler one. But
so did your boys spend a lot of time with her boys, or did your family spend a lot of time with them because of that?
Yeah, we interacted. There was invitations and interactions at Sky Zone and hotel pool parties and a few barbecues here and there.
So did you see Chad interacting with her sons?
Yes, I did.
And how did he interact with them?
Like my own. He interacted nothing that I would consider anything but how he would treat any other children.
So how did he treat your children?
Like his own.
Were you close with Nikki?
We got along.
How did they interact together?
From everything I've seen, it was a normal, positive relationship from what I've seen.
Did you ever see any signs of abuse in their marriage?
I did not.
Do you ever see Chad lose his temper with the kids?
Not lose his temper. I mean, every now and then he would not care for what any of our kids were doing, but I wouldn't say lose his temper, no.
How about just get angry with them?
I wouldn't even call it anger, just maybe frustrated, saying, don't do this here, go out here. Like, I wouldn't call it anger, though.
Did Nikki ever talk to you about any problems she may have been having with Chad?
She mentioned at one time that they were getting into some more frequent fights.
Did she say what kind of fights those were, if they were verbal or physical?
From what she told me, they were verbal.
Did she say what they were about?
She did not.
Did she ever talk to you about Chad having a drinking problem?
She did mention a couple times.
Do you recall when that was?
When that was?
Yes, when? Mm-hmm.
It was summertime, but I don't recall the exact date.
Do you remember the year?
From my best recollection, 2020, but I can't be certain.
So it would have been after Chad died she talked to you about his drinking problem?
She had mentioned it after the fact, but she had mentioned it the summer prior to his death.
And what did she tell you about Chad's drinking?
That on occasion he would drink to excess.
Did she ask about getting your help to get him into treatment or anything like that?
She didn't mention treatment. I had mentioned that if they were having issues that maybe they should go see a counselor to help.
To your knowledge, did they go see a marriage counselor?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever see Chad drinking?
Yes, I did.
What kind of things would he drink?
Mostly maybe some mixed drinks here and there.
Do you know what kind of alcohol he preferred?
Gosh, I'm trying to think. Maybe some Crown and Coke rings a bell.
What kind of occasions would you see him drinking?
Occasionally, like on a Sunday barbecue, everybody would have a cocktail. Maybe some birthday parties, but just once in a while when we'd get together, he'd have a couple.
So not every time that you got together?
No.
Have you ever seen Chad intoxicated?
Yes, I have.
And how does he get when he's intoxicated?
Pretty giggly.
How often would you see him intoxicated?
Oh, not very often.
When was the last time you saw Chad?
It was right before Christmas, the winter before he passed away.
What was the occasion?
It was we were having our family Christmas at our house, my house.
Was Nikki with him?
Yes, she was.
And what about the boys?
They were there as well. My boys?
No, Nikki's boys.
They were not there.
Do you know where they were?
I was told they were with their grandmother.
Did anything happen during that Christmas celebration that stood out to you?
They arrived separately.
Do you know why?
I was told that she wanted to leave early to go to the gym, and Chad came up first to bring out the food.
Was there any talk about them having marital problems or separating?
No, there was not.
Was there anything about their interaction with each other that you thought they were having marital problems or maybe separating?
Nope, not to my knowledge.
Do you recall how long she was there?
Probably, to the best of my knowledge, maybe an hour and a half.
And she left separate than Chad?
Yes, she did.
Did you ever see Chad in a fight?
No.
Or ever acting aggressively with anyone?
No.
What about when he was a kid and had a disagreement with you?
No.
Never put you in a headlock or anything?
No.
Did you ever see any bruises on Nikki?
I did not.
Did she ever talk to you about being bruised or getting bruises?
She did.
And what did she say about that?
She said that was from blood cancer, that she bruised really easily from her treatment.
When did she say that to you?
I mean, it would be mentioned here and there periodically, but I remember she had mentioned it at that last get-together as well.
When were you made aware that Chad had died?
I'm trying to think back. I don't want to give a wrong date because I can't recall offhand the exact date, I guess.
Okay. How did you find out?
One of the police department members and I want to say one of the chaplains came by to tell me at my house.
Did the deputies talk to you about Chad after he had died?
Talk to me about?
About Chad, about whether or not he was depressed?
Yes, at the police station. Not that night of notification, but when I came in to get interviewed, yes.
Did you know Chad to have depression?
I would not have been aware. Like I didn't think he was. I guess I didn't have any signs of it. So.
Did you ever know him to threaten to harm himself?
No.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Quick question. How often would you see Chad and Nikki?
See them or talk to them?
See them personally.
Maybe about once a month, maybe twice a month, just kind of depending on what was going on.
Okay. How about talk to them?
Maybe once a week, once every other week.
No other questions, Your Honor.
I would ask that she be excused from her subpoena, Your Honor.
Objection.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused, but I do want to let you know that you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in this case until after the case is closed. Okay, thank you.
State calls John Smetana.
Please come forward up to the witness stand where you will be sworn in.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God.
Could you tell us your name?
My name is John Smetana.
And what do you do for a living?
I work as a physician assistant, and I'm also one of the county coroners for Burley and Morton County.
What training or education do you need to be a physician's assistant?
You have to have a bachelor's degree, and then I received a master's degree in physician assistant studies from the University of Iowa in 2013.
And how long have you worked as a PA?
For 9 years.
Do you have to have any certifications or recurrent training as a PA?
Yes, you do.
And what do you need to have?
You have to have recertification testing that takes place every 6 to 10 years, and then you also have to apply for state licensure through the state of North Dakota.
And as a physician's assistant, what do you do? What are your duties?
Right now, I currently work in emergency medicine and family practice.
So what kind of things do you do?
I work...
I know what a nurse does. I know what a doctor does. That's what I'm asking.
So we work a lot of times in rural settings where I work right now in Garrison, North Dakota. I work mainly by myself, but also with a physician, and we treat a variety of conditions that either in the emergency room setting or the family practice setting, just like a physician would do.
And you said you're also working as a coroner for Burley County?
Correct.
And what are your duties as a coroner?
We respond to any kind of either natural deaths or unnatural deaths to help determine cause of death in those situations, working with the state medical examiner's office and with the local law enforcement.
Do you have to have any special or additional training to be a coroner?
You have, being a physician assistant, you can become a coroner in the state of North Dakota, but we did do some additional training at St. Louis University for medical legal death investigation.
And how long have you been a coroner in Burley County?
Since December of 2017.
And as a coroner, how do you get involved in a case?
So we usually get called by dispatch when law enforcement or a hospital will request that a coroner be present, and due to the circumstances of the death.
So what happens after you're called?
We will respond to the scene or talk with law enforcement or hospital personnel to see if it's relevant that we do come to the scene, whether it be an unnatural death or some kind of death that was suspicious, either by homicide, suicide. There's some recommended situations where they call us, and we'll go on scene to help investigate.
Is there any sort of protocol or like a checklist that you follow when you get to the scene?
Yeah, there is.
And what is that?
Well, first of all, we want to make sure that we're not disturbing the scene or impeding the investigation by law enforcement, making sure that they have everything that they need before we were to examine the body. And then we work with the state medical examiner's office on any deaths that are needing an autopsy or further investigation, such as getting toxicology. And we'll draw those toxicology samples, send them to the crime lab, and then work with the state medical examiner's office to help determine cause of death.
What do you mean by toxicology samples?
Either be blood samples, we can draw blood samples, and also vitreous fluid, which comes from the eye, and then urine samples as well.
Is an autopsy always requested when you're called out to a scene?
Not always, no.
So what's the criteria for requesting an autopsy?
There's certain different criteria, some of which include deaths that are unable to be determined or could be suspicious in nature, such as suicide, homicides, firearm deaths, fire deaths, any kind of accidental death, may it be such like a drug overdose or car accident.
If you request an autopsy, is the medical examiner required to perform one?
I believe so.
So what happens when you want an autopsy and the medical examiner's office doesn't agree? Usually what happens is then we'll talk to either the Sheriff's Department or the State's Attorney's Office and let them know what's going on, and usually then if they agree with us, that an autopsy will take place. So how did you become involved in this case?
I was the on-call coroner on January 2nd.
That was of 2020?
Correct.
Do you recall when you got called out?
I believe it was probably sometime, I don't know the exact time, but it was probably sometime pretty quick after the body was found in the house, maybe sometime around 6 p.m.
Were firefighters still on scene when you arrived?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived?
Immediately just spoke with law enforcement officials on kind of getting up to date on what they knew at the time.
What information were you provided?
The only information really right away that I was told that there was a body found inside the house. There was apparently some kind of fire that had taken place as well, and that was about the only information that they had at the time. At that time, we were still waiting for fire to clear the house.
So were you ever able to go into the house then to examine Chad's
Yes.
body? And how long did that take?
It took quite a long time. We didn't want to disturb the scene at all before pictures were taken and everything was recorded. And so as far as, I think it may have been, we were in the room, looking at things but not touching anything at that point until pictures were completed. And then it was quite a few hours after we entered the home. I think I entered the home sometime around 7:30 p.m. that night, and then I don't think I left the scene that night until after midnight at some time.
So you were able then to make observations about the body to do your investigation?
Correct.
And what did you observe when you saw Chad's body?
The initial thing that I did observe that he was in a pretty decent state of decomposition, and his body was quite bloated, and he was naked laying on the floor in the bedroom, and he was bloated so much to the point where there was actually an area in his groin where the skin had actually opened up, and some bodily fluids were leaking out due to the state of decomposition he was in.
Did that factor, well, let me go back. Is there a way that you can determine or make an estimate as to when somebody died?
Potentially you can, yes.
And how do you go about doing that?
Just judging by the state of decomposition, there's certain stages that the body will go through after death.
And the fact that this body was in a fire, does that affect that in any way?
Yes, it can.
How?
With the amount of heat that was in the house, that can accelerate the decaying process.
So is there anything that you do to try to document what the heat is in the house so you can take that into consideration?
I know when I talked to one of the fire marshals, and I know I think there was a thermostat on the wall that was reading 90 degrees when I was in the residence.
Is there anything or any readings or testing that you do on the body to make sure, or to see what temperature the body's at, to take that into consideration as well?
At that point, I did not do anything like that, no.
Is that something that can be done?
Possibly.
Why didn't you do that in this case?
I don't know. There was never a request to get a body temp.
Okay. When you were examining him, did you notice any signs of trauma or injury on his body?
Yes. There was a apparent gunshot wound to the posterior left side of his head, and also an injury to the left shoulder.
So the posterior left side of his head, can you show me what that means?
That would be the back side of his head on the left side.
So kind of behind
like in
his
this
ear?
area. Yep.
And you said there was a second one. Where was that again?
That was in the left shoulder.
Did they appear to be related, like they could be from the same blow or the same thing caused the injury?
It was hard to know at that point. It was hard to know.
Was there anything else that you saw in the bedroom or on the scene that could have explained how he got that injury?
There was a gun laying on the bed, a shotgun on the bed.
So based on everything that you saw, were you able to give an estimate as to when he died?
Very, my best guess would have been somewhere longer than at least 36 hours. But that was an estimate.
That's not, you can't be precise about
No.
that, isn't that correct?
No.
So what information did you use in this case to make that estimation?
Just based on how bloated the body was, the color of the skin, and then that was it.
Was there anything else that you observed or anything else that you had done on scene?
I had walked around with the investigators in the house, just observing as they were trying to investigate the fire causes, and just waiting for them to finish their investigation.
So based on what you saw, was there anything that you can conclude regarding cause of death?
Cause of death would have been from the gunshot wound.
What was your next course of action?
At that point, I did contact the state medical examiner's office to see if they would approve for an autopsy.
And did they?
Not at first, no.
Did they say why not?
No. Well, they said that at that point we had been considering all options, such as a suicide or homicide or any options really at that point, as it was early on in the investigation. And at that point, the assumption I think was from the representative there that it was a possible suicide, and they didn't feel that it was necessary to take it for an autopsy at that point.
Had that person actually come out to the scene to take a look at anything?
No.
And was that the actual medical examiner you talked to, or just
No,
a staff member?
Just a staff member.
Okay, sir, just need to make sure she's done
Her questions before you answer, so we're not talking over each other.
Sure.
Thank you.
So why did you request an autopsy?
Based off of the scene, with the unknown amount of gunshot wounds, it was apparent that there was at least one gunshot wound. It was very difficult to examine and determine whether or not that could have been from the two wounds that I saw were from one gunshot wound or two. And also just with the unknown fire that had taken place, in addition to all of that, it seemed like there was something suspicious or possibly suspicious going on, and that it would require an autopsy for further investigation.
So did the medical examiner or staff person give you a different course of action to take?
He recommended I draw toxicology and then release to the funeral home.
Were you able to get any samples from Chad's body?
I was not.
So what did you do?
And
did you release the body to the funeral home then?
Well, at that point, yes, I did. So we, after doing my exam, attempting to get some toxicology, the body was placed in a body bag and released to the funeral home.
Was the body secured in the body bag in any way so that you could tell if anybody had had access to the body?
Yes, there was a tampered tag that was placed on the body bag through the zipper.
So in this case then, did you talk to either the sheriff's department or the state's attorney's office to get an autopsy done?
I'd been talking with the sheriff's department that night, and they were also in agreement that an autopsy would need to be completed. And it wasn't until the next morning that it was secured that we were going to do an autopsy.
So what did you do at that point?
I called the funeral home and made arrangements for transfer to the state medical examiner's office.
Were you involved in that transport? Or did you take a look to make sure the body hadn't been tampered with?
No.
Okay. So to your knowledge, did his body get transported to the medical examiner's office for that autopsy?
Yes, it did.
Did you do anything else in this case?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass.
You stated that it was 90 degrees in the house when you arrived at approximately 7:30?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any way to estimate what the temperature would have been in that bedroom where the deceased was found?
unless I had a thermometer. I mean, I know that I think the fire department had thermal scanners and different things that they had, but I did not personally do any temperature checking in the bedroom.
Okay. Would that have made a difference on your estimate for the time of death?
I don't think so, no.
Other questions, Your Honor?
I have nothing further, and I'd ask that he be excused.
No objection.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. I do just want you to know that you cannot discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses until the case is closed. Thank you.
State calls Dr. William Masello.
If you come up here to the witness stand.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name and occupation, please?
William Masello, Massello. I'm the retired North Dakota State Medical Examiner.
How long did you work as the North Dakota State Medical Examiner?
In North Dakota, I worked from 2007 until 2019 in a full-time capacity, and then for 1 year following that in a part-time capacity.
So tell me what a forensic examiner does.
Yes, a forensic medical examiner or forensic examiner is a physician who specializes in death investigation. And we do this by, we receive information about deaths from people who assist us, such as police officers and coroners. We perform autopsies on select cases. We collect specimens for toxicology and for microscopic examination on tissue, and we interpret injury patterns on bodies and detect diseases on and in dead human bodies, which help us in formulating an opinion as to the cause and manner of death. You need a medical degree to do this job, and specifically you need to be a medical specialist called a pathologist, and you need to complete training in that, and I have done that and performed these duties in North Dakota and in Virginia over a 40-year period.
So what exactly is pathology?
Pathology, if you break it down into the Greek roots, it means the study of disease. And we, in pathology, we have three divisions. We have anatomic pathology, which is learning what various disease states in the human body and various what we call lesions or abnormalities are called, and what they look like and what they mean. And we perform autopsies on bodies. We also will examine specimens removed from bodies, such as biopsy specimens or specimens removed at surgery, determining what disease states are present. We also learn how to perform and how to interpret clinical laboratory tests, which are done on blood, urine, and other body fluids. And in forensic pathology, which is my particular specialty or subspecialty of pathology, we do the things that I just talked about, namely externally examining human bodies for the presence of injury, doing complete examinations or internal examinations referred to as an autopsy, and again ordering and interpreting specialized testing.
What sort of certification did you have when you were the medical examiner?
Yes, well, I graduated from medical school in 1972 from Southwestern Medical School in Dallas, Texas. I did an internship in 1973 at Los Angeles County Harbor General Hospital. After a 3-year stint in the armed forces, I spent 4 years in a general pathology residency again at Los Angeles County Harbor UCLA Medical Center, and then I completed a 1-year fellowship at the Department of Legal Medicine at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond, Virginia. I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and I'm a licensed physician. I have been a licensed physician in California, Virginia, and North Dakota.
How many autopsies did you perform during your career?
It's over 10,000. I couldn't give you the exact number.
Did you perform an autopsy on a person identified as Chad Entzel?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall when that was?
That was on January 6th of 2020.
And where did that take place?
That took place at the autopsy facilities of the State Forensic Examiner Office here in Bismarck.
How was that body received by the medical examiner's office?
This was received, normally it was in a pouch or a body bag, and it was transported by the Metropolitan Ambulance Service in that condition.
Were there any seals on the bag to ensure
Yes,
that?
yes, there were, yes.
And those seals were intact when the body was received by the medical examiner's
Yes.
office? How was the body identified as that of Chad Entzel?
Well, this was the body. The body itself was identified by the ambulance service, who then will put a name tag on the body.
Is there any way for you in the course of an autopsy to determine the time of death?
You can't be exact. You can get very crude estimates only.
And how do you do that?
Well, you first of all, you can do any number of things. If a body is, shall we say, has died reasonably recently, you can take the body temperature. You can examine the body for the presence of stiffness or rigor mortis. The longer a body's dead, the stiffer it gets up to a point. You can also just examine the state of a body in general. When a person dies, the body begins to decay, and the decay has certain stages or presentations that you can observe. Takes some experience to interpret what these stages mean, but you learn.
And when you examined Chad Entzel's body, were you able to make a determination as to time of death?
Well, he would have died probably several days or perhaps more than a week before I examined the body, or he may have possibly died in a very hot environment, steam bath or someplace, a fire. The heat generated by a fire can accelerate the decay process of a body.
So how do you document injuries or anything that you see trauma on a body when you're doing an autopsy?
Well, you examine the body and you examine the external torso, if you will, or body. You examine the head and the arms and the trunk and the legs, and you observe whether you see any injuries. And of course, you can also pick up injuries when you do your internal examination.
And do you photograph those or document those in any way?
Yes, we do.
How do you document those inside of photographs?
Well, you take photographs. You will describe the injuries. As you do an autopsy, you describe, and you usually use medical terms when you're looking at a body, describing what you're seeing. And then, of course, when you get the photographs and the descriptions, then for clarity's sake, you usually create a diagram of the body with the injuries.
And what if you see foreign bodies in the body when you're doing an autopsy? Do you collect those?
Oh, yes.
And how do you do that?
Well, the foreign bodies we most likely see are bullets or shot, birdshot or buckshot. And when you open the body, you simply will see where the injury is, and you look for these particular foreign bodies, these bullets or shot shells, or not shot shells, but shot pellets or shot pellets or buckshot. And we also use X-rays. We will X-ray a body before we actually open the body to see where these foreign bodies or shot are.
So what information did you have regarding the state that Mr. Entzel's body was found in before you did the autopsy?
Well, the information we got that there had been a fire, and he was found, and I believe they mentioned he was in a state of decay, and that there were signs of firearms injury present.
So in this case, did you do an X-ray
Yes, we did.
and took photographs and
Yes,
and documented injuries with a diagram?
yes, we did.
I handed you exhibits 37 through 47. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And 37 and 38, are those the diagrams that you completed during or after the autopsy you had done on Chad Entzel to mark the injuries you observed?
Yes, they are.
39 through 47, are those photographs that were taken during the autopsy of the injuries you observed and the evidence that was
Yes,
collected?
they are.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the injuries and the evidence that you observed during the autopsy?
Yes, they do.
I would offer states 37 through 47, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I would object to 39. Excuse me. No objection to 37, 38.
Sorry.
But I would object to 39, 40, 42, and 44.
39, 40, 42, and 44?
Correct. Yes.
'39 through 42.
That's correct, Your Honor.
The basis. Once the jury is excused, we'll put on the record the objection and the response. And again, the objection was made to Exhibits 39 through 42, so the court will admit Exhibits 37 through, what was the?
47, Your Honor. Was the
47.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, looking at State's Exhibit number 39, can you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, 39 is a photograph of the decedent, and it shows his head, shows the left side of his head, and the left side of his upper torso, specifically his left shoulder and the lower aspect of his left upper arm. And you can perhaps appreciate that there is a darkness to the skin of the person, and that there's areas where the skin is sort of blistering off or flaking off, and this darkness is due to a layer of soot that was on the person's body when we received it.
Now there's, as you indicated, a wound on the arm and a wound on the head. Could you tell if those were two separate areas of injury or if they were related?
They were, what we see is a shotgun wound entrance on the triceps area of the left upper arm, and then a shotgun exit in the shoulder. And on the left side of the head, oh, you can see it there. All right, on the left side, can you hear me? On the left side of the head.
Turn around and speak into the microphone.
Speak in the microphone.
Can you pick it up and turn it a little bit? See if you need to point at the picture.
Now, I think you can see there's a shotgun wound on the lower aspect of the left upper arm, and then right to the right of it in the photograph is a big gaping wound, and you can see where the skin is broken, and right in the depths of that wound you can see injured muscle, and that's an exit wound. And in that wound path there were several shotgun pellets that we identified in x-ray and we recovered. And on the left side of the head you can see another large gaping wound, and this is a re-entrance wound from the wound that went through the triceps and shoulder area of the left upper arm. And the pellets then actually continued their course through the arm into the left side of the head, fractured the face, fractured the skull, and some of them ended up in the brain, and they also ended up in the tissue of the face. Now there's another wound I hope you can see, and it's behind the left ear. And you can see that it's sort of surrounded by blackness, which is soot. And then there's this other shotgun entrance wound right where the neck joins the back, joins the head, at the back of the neck where it joins the head. And there is a wound there, and you can see this sort of oblong-shaped wound with fat protruding through it. And that's a shotgun wound, and the pellets from this wound went in an upward direction, going left to right, up into the cranium itself, or the skull, and injured the brain. And you could see these on x-ray as well. You could see the pellets, and you could also see a portion of the shot shell known as the shotgun wad. You couldn't really see it on x-ray, but it was in the skull, and it was in the head, and it was recovered.
And State's Exhibit number 40, what are we looking at here?
Now, Exhibit 40 shows the left side of the gentleman's head, and you can see that sort of blackness on the side of the head and on the ear, and this is soot that was in the, this is usually produced by a fire that the decedent was near or in, and you see a very large shotgun wound there on the left side of the head, and you see a big defect, and then you might be able to appreciate that there's what we call small pellet injuries around this big defect. These are little tiny shotgun pellet wounds, and this is because the pellets are starting to spread out. And this again is from the wound in the left arm, and it went through the arm, came out the shoulder, and continued its course into the left side of the head.
And State's Exhibit number 41.
State's Exhibit number 41. I hope you can appreciate in the upper left corner you see a portion of the decedent's ear. And again, you can see the black soot residue, and you can also see where the skin is starting to peel off, and you see in some areas the skin is green. Well, this is from body decay. This is exactly what happens when the body starts to decay. But right above the ruler, you can see that defect in the skin, that oval defect that I showed you on the last the picture we saw previously. And this is a shotgun wound entrance. And once again, the pellets went upward into the head and disrupted the brain and skull.
So this would not be a re-entry wound, this would be a separate...
No, this is not a re-entry wound. This is an original entrance.
And then State's Exhibit number 42?
Now, State's Exhibit 42 is the left shoulder area and the left triceps area. And right immediately to the right of the ruler, you can see a shotgun wound entrance. And it's sort of just a very simple hole, and it has an area of scraped skin on the portion that is to our left. It's actually the lower portion if the person were standing up, but it's to our left as we look at it. And this is the entrance wound. And then very close to the point of the left shoulder, you can see a very ragged, explosive, if you will, type of shotgun entrance wound. And you can see where the tissue is sort of being blooming outward or everted outward. And this is where a large number of pellets exited.
Okay, and State's Exhibit number 43, what are we looking at here?
Now this is an x-ray of the individual's head, and you can see all of those very bright white little particles in there. Those are shotgun pellets. And I can appreciate, I'm not sure that you can appreciate the fact that the skull is fractured there and that the face is fractured, but there are fractures that you can see on x-ray in this face and skull. And of course, you can also see the neck and the upper chest area.
Based on what you saw, did you believe that the fractures were caused by the shotgun wound?
Yes.
Okay. In State's Exhibit number 44, can you explain what we're looking at?
Now, this exhibit shows the left upper arm and shoulder area, and I showed you the entrance and the exit on the skin of this person. Well, these are the shotgun pellets that sort of remain in the wound. The shotgun charge went entirely through the arm, and most of the pellets exited, but these few pellets remained.
In State's Exhibit number 45, what are we looking at there?
Now, these are some of the pellets that were recovered from the head and from the arm of the individual.
Okay, and that's on 45 and 46,
And
correct?
this also, these are also pellets that were recovered from the arm and the head.
In State's Exhibit number 47, what are we looking at here?
Now, this is a shotgun wad that was recovered inside the head. Briefly, a shot shell ammunition has these cup-like structures inside of it, and they're designed to facilitate the actual shooting of the pellets, and they're designed to keep the wad in one, or keep the pellets in one mass as they travel their flight through the air. And on the left side of the picture, you can see what we call the base wad, and in the center of the picture, you can see the cup wad, which actually contains the pellets that fly through the air into the body.
And what's the piece that's on the far right?
And that's a piece of the leaflet. Normally there are 4 leaflets to a cup wad, and this one partially broke off as it when it entered the head and went through the skull. It broke off.
So that's how it was recovered from Chad's body? It wasn't broken when you tried to recover it?
Correct. That's the way I recovered it.
And where exactly in his body did you find the wad pieces?
This was in his head. His brain was, I couldn't tell you what part of the brain, because the brain was very severely decayed. And when the brain does that, it becomes liquid. So you can't really define any anatomy in the brain once it reaches that state of decay. But this was in the brain.
Based on the entrance wounds that you found on Chad's body, could you tell how far away the shotgun was when he was shot?
These were within 3 feet. They may have been closer, but pellets start to spread out. Actually, pellets start to spread out after about 2 feet, but sometimes you see the single round or ovoid entrance within 3 feet, and after that the pellets start to spread out and they leave small individual markings on the skin.
Could you tell if either one of the entrance wounds were contact wounds where the gun was placed against the skin?
That I couldn't tell you. They could be contact wounds, but because of the fact that the whole body was covered with the residue of soot, you couldn't really say. All you can say is they could have been contact or close range.
Now I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 38. State's Exhibit number 37, you said, was a diagram of the injuries to the body, so the arm and the head. And so this is the, number 39 is the diagram of the head. Could you explain what it is we're looking at here, what you've marked on there?
Yes. What we see is the right and left side of the head. And if you go to the far right of the left side of the head diagram, you can see the somewhat circular entrance wound that I have labeled entrance, which is behind and below the left ear. And this is from the shot charge that entered the back of the neck into the base of the skull and fractured the skull and disrupted the brain. And then right in front of the ear, you can see, yes, a much larger re-entrance, and this is from the wound to the left upper arm and shoulder, and that you can see that there is a large gaping entrance, but then there's around it there are smaller entrances from individual pellets. And of course, this is because the original wound was through the arm, and it sort of started the charge to separate, and all the pellets were starting to spread out, as they will when they go through what we call an intermediary target, and that's the re-entrance wound, the pattern it leaves on the left side of the head. And then just to the front of that entrance wound, there was a mark on the skin, and this could be from any number of things. This could be after death. Maybe the head might have been up against a baseboard. Could have been something he was stumbled into, the edge of, before death or as he was dying, the edge of the corner of a wall or something like that. But it's just an impression made by an external object.
Okay, so just so I can make sure I can read everything, the word that has the arrows drawn to those, that says imprints?
Imprints.
And then what's
entrance versus re-entrance.
And then what does
And
that
that's
say?
pellet outflyers.
And what is that referring to?
That refers to the small pellets that are around the larger entrance wound there in the middle.
And this reads entrance?
And that says entrance.
And those were the only markings you put on that diagram, correct?
Yes.
All right. But you couldn't tell what had caused those imprints on the side of the head? There wasn't anything that stood out to tell you what those were?
Correct.
Now, what did you do with the bird shot and the wad that you recovered from Chad's body?
This was given to an investigator who was present at the autopsy.
And did you recover any other items off of Chad's body?
Well, we,
hold the mic back in front of you.
oh, I'm sorry.
Any items of jewelry or personal effects?
Yes, we recovered a ring, and I'm wondering whether we recovered hair from the head, and we also gave a bone sample to the investigator who was present at the autopsy.
I handed you exhibits 48 through 51. Are those the ring, the bird shot, and the wad that were recovered from Chad's body?
Yes, they are.
And are they in substantially the same condition as when you recovered them and turned them over to the police?
Yes.
I would offer 48 through 51, Your Honor.
No objection. Exhibits 48 through 51 are received.
So can you just briefly identify what each individual exhibit is? What's number 48?
All right. Number 51 is the shotgun wad material. Exhibit number 50 is a towel, and I believe this probably may contain the bone fragment. Exhibit 59.
That should be 49.
Excuse me, 49, are shotgun pellets from the left shoulder. Trying to see what's written on number 50. Doesn't have anything. Yes, and number 50, there they are. Those are number 50 are also shotgun pellets. And number 48 is the ring from Mr. Entzel.
So the shotgun wounds that he had, if he would have gotten medical attention, would he have survived those wounds?
No.
Why do you say that? What kind of damage internally happened?
The injury to the head was absolutely devastating. The injury to the shoulder, of course, would have been survivable, but the injury to the back of the head behind the left ear was completely devastating. It caused multiple fractures in the skull, and it, as I say, severely injured the brain. And the injury to the left side of the head by itself, the continuation of the injury to the left arm and shoulder, that would have probably been lethal despite medical attention. And if it wasn't lethal, it would have left him neurologically disabled for a very long time.
Was there a way to tell if Chad died before or after the fire began?
Well, he did not. He died after the fire, or died as the fire was starting. Because had he died when the fire was in progress, he would have inhaled smoke, and we've been able to detect soot in his airway. The same soot that was on his body would have been in his bronchial tubes and his windpipe, and did not find any of that.
Did you order any labs or other tests to be done in conjunction with your autopsy?
Yes, we did some toxicology studies.
And what's the purpose of those?
It detects whether the person was under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at the time they died. And we also attempted to test for carbon monoxide, but because of the decay process, we could not get an adequate sample.
Does the fact that the body was decomposing, would that affect any of the results for the drug or alcohol testing?
It would affect an alcohol. In other words, as a body decomposes, it tends to produce alcohol because there are bacteria and fungal organisms that begin to break down the body, and they will produce alcohol. So you will get alcohol in the blood in a body that is decaying. Drugs, you wouldn't necessarily get an accurate level, but if a drug was there, you'd probably find it.
So what were the results of those toxicology tests?
Well, the blood alcohol was 0.609%.
0.609?
0.069.
Okay.
I'm sorry I said that.
Well, that's okay. And the legal limit's 0.08, right? Just for comparison?
For driving purposes, yes.
All right. And so do you know if he had any alcohol prior to death? Or if
I wouldn't be able to tell you because of the decay.
All right. So that didn't really help you in your assessment as to your autopsy, correct?
Correct.
Was there any evidence of chronic alcohol use or abuse?
No, there wasn't.
At the conclusion of the autopsy, did you form an opinion as to cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
This was the shotgun wounds to the head.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I have no questions for Dr. Masala.
Thank you for your testimony. Can he be excused?
I would request that, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay. You cannot discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be participating in the proceeding until the case is closed. Thank you.
I know it's 4:30, Your Honor, but my next witness that I have scheduled is scheduled for tomorrow morning, and he's going to take some significant time.
Okay. Well, we're going to end for the day. I'll meet with counsel for a little while, but we'll release the jury for the day. So remember the instructions I gave you earlier about discussing things with anyone, and then again this admonition. Members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. You're excused until tomorrow morning. Please be back at 8:50 so we can start promptly at 9. Thank you very much. The jury has left the courtroom. At approximately 4 o'clock, we had a brief bench conference with regard to Mr. Glass's objections to Exhibits 39, 40, 41, and 42. I overruled the objection. I'll let Mr. Glass, to the extent he can, repeat the objection as he made it up here at the bench conference, and then Mr. Lawyer respond as she did up here. I'm not asking you to expand on what you argued, but just put on the record as close as you can the objection you made.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Well, I was objecting to 39, 40, 41, and 42 because I believe the prejudicial impact certainly outweighs the probative value. I think that the state could have made the same argument and got across the same point with just the diagrams that they had, 38, 39, and the photos of the bird shot in 48, 46, 47, 48, and the testimony of Dr. Maslow. In addition, and they also had 43 and 44 as exhibits. I just think 39, 40, 41, and 42 were unnecessary, and I think they were used more prejudicially than probative in front of the jury.
I want you to make the arguments that before, not you're saying they were used this way, but
yeah, they were.
This is after the fact.
Right.
I wanted the record to show the arguments you made to the court.
Okay. Well, just for the record.
You basically stated that.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And Ms. Lawyer, your response was?
My response was that I thought it was important for the jury to see that while the doctor described the injury, because a picture is worth 1,000 words, and they could follow along with what he was describing better with the photographic evidence.
And although not articulated, I'm trusting it was under Rule 403 that the objection was made.
Yes, sir.
Under unfair prejudice, as case law plainly indicates that the admission or rejection of photographs is within the discretion of the trial judge, and that it's generally not an abuse of discretion to admit a photograph of a victim in a homicide prosecution absent, something unusual. The court did look at the photographs. It also looked at the two diagrams. The information was relevant both as to the nature of the death, and I believe also to help support and demonstrate to the jury that there were two entries, and therefore would make it extremely unlikely, arguably, that the death was by suicide. Comparing the two exhibits, the diagrams, exhibits 37 and 38, were, in the court's opinion and discretion after looking at those compared to those pictures, were not sufficient to help the doctor explain the nature of the injuries. Those drawings basically were not illustrative enough to help the jury understand exactly where the wounds went out, how big they were, and where they went in, where they came out, how large they were, the comparison of the entry wounds to the exit wounds. So the court felt that the exhibits 39 through 42 were much more illustrative, much more helpful to the doctor in explaining what actually happened. The court also did not see the photographs as particularly gruesome. They weren't bloody because of the stage of the body. They were not something that the court felt and don't believe that the jury reacted in such a way as to raise significant emotion. And so for all those reasons, the court overruled the objection and permitted the photographs to be used. And again, based upon how they were helpful to the doctor in explaining what occurred, the court believes that was the appropriate decision. So that's the record as to why the court ruled as it did. Looks like the state got through the witnesses as intended today, so the court proceeding is on schedule as intended. I'm not aware of anything. I want to see if either counsel has any reason we need to meet in the morning for a pretrial conference, or just be prepared to start at 9 a.m.
I don't have anything, Your Honor.
Just be prepared for 9 a.m., Your Honor. We'll be here.
All right. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.